Good morning, folks. This is your host, NCommander, and it is 6 a.m. on the East Coast today, and we've got something kind of special. I'm just waiting for the chat to catch up, because hopefully everything works. I don't know. We've had some interesting setups, and since the last time, I have upgraded the streaming setup quite a bit. So you may notice, oh, well, it would help if I could type, that right now we're seeing the terminal output of a Raspberry Pi. That's because we now have a KVM switch, and I can now have up to 4 systems hooked up at once through the scaler, which is going to let us do a lot of projects I haven't been able to do before. So now I have a way to actually write floppy disks, do dedicated networking, and this solves a lot of problems. And I've got a terminal window over to the desktop, and as well as do a lot of things. So you know what? I'm not even going to fill the scenes because I am actually on a time crunch today. I will have to shut the stream down regardless of success or failure at 10:30. So if you are a Patreon, you might have seen this stack of 90s awesomeness. It is one of the very few computers actually made by Motorola itself, and I'll hold this up to the camera. The Motorola PowerStack. This is an E1. This is the original model. This was a donation to the channel, and I will show you what it does. And just to show you how much of a beast, you have to use a key to turn this thing on. So, key goes in. I'm gonna have to make duplicates of it. Apparently it's one universal key, but I'm gonna have to make duplicates. I'm lucky it came with both, although I had to find them. And this is also the world's worst BIOS. The first problem with this system is configuration data failure. It's got a timekeeper on it, not like the ones on Sun. Well, it's similar to the ones on Sun, but it's not as hard to replace. I actually do have the replacement part. I just have to strip this entire system to do it. So we're not going to worry about it. So this is going to reboot. And now we're so this is the world's worst firmware. I'm going to actually let it run the self-tests, mostly because this is actually 2 separate pieces. This is the gimmick of this machine is it gets taller the more bits you add to it. So the base unit has a CD-ROM drive, the floppy drive, and a hard drive. I've got 2 more hard drives here, and I have 2 open expansion bays, but I have the expansion chassis completely disconnected, and oh, don't tell me this is going to actually hang here. Oh, there it goes. Okay, I just had to space. Okay, so it's going to run the tests. Oh, I'm clipping again. Okay. How's that sound? Is that better or worse? Once I have this set up a little bit better, I'll be able to hook up the monitor, and I'll actually be able to listen to myself, but I have a really garbage interface box, so it makes some of this harder. Okay. I think it needs that because the battery is dead. Yeah, so it's going to run the entire self-test. I'm not going to let it auto-boot because without the expansion chassis, I don't want it to boot because I don't know how AIX will... Yes, this is a non-IBM system that runs AIX. So if you want to do anything with it, you actually have to go into the system debugger, which is PCP1. Yeah, this thing doesn't even have built-in help. And it's been the biggest pain in the rear, right along. So the problem with this system, it's a non-standard version of AIX. It was a specific release for the Motorola machines that does not run on the firmware that is on this system because the firmware has been upgraded. I have managed to run AIX 4.3a. You know what? I could actually show what it does. So if I want to... That was not the command I wanted to run. That was definitely not the command I wanted to run. Oh. I'm just going to turn that off and try again because there is no Control-C in that prompt. Yeah, like I said, that is possibly one of the worst boot firmwares I've ever used. This is making me wish for U-boot. So the biggest problem I have is this system has resisted my efforts to get into it. If I let it boot off the hard drive, it boots up to a login prompt that says that this machine is a web server. and it didn't come with passwords. And the previous owner of this machine, this was a donation, Ben, doesn't know it. So, and unfortunately, the only other system that takes, this has a fast SCSI bus, like, I believe that's the type of, what's called, like, there's 30 different types of SCSI. I don't have another system except for my Itanium that uses the same hard drives, and I really don't want to use my Itanium system to try and dump out the hard drives, because it would actually be a bigger pain in the rear. So, I believe it's IOI to tell it to scan the bus. NetBSD actually has support for this system, theoretically. I've managed to start Linux, but that's about as far as I've managed to go. I think it's IO. Yeah, there it is. Inquiry. I think it's IO inquiry. Yeah, there it is. IO inquiry. That's actually what it says on the screen. So, no, AIX is fine, but the thing is that this system has a different, very cursed operating system. There's a port of Solaris for it. Like, this will run AIX. It will run Windows NT for PowerPC, and it will run the limited beta of Solaris for PowerPC, which is what this machine will be running, and will be at VCF. Hopefully, this will be one of 3 machines I'm bringing to VCF as part of my exhibit, assuming I can get it sorted out. The other 2 I know work, so this is bonus points, which is just the other 2 RS6000s. And I might bring one of the weirder Macs, probably running something that isn't Mac OS. No, I don't think I even want to try Copeland at VCF. That would just be... Ooh. So, let's see if it will... let's see what happens. Yeah, and you also notice how slow it is. Like, it's just spinning. I know I have the bus properly terminated. Because what there is there's a set of jumpers from the system unit to the expansion chassis. So I had to move the terminators. And the main reason I don't have the expansion chassis plugged in is because the fans are so loud, I wouldn't be able to hear myself think. Okay. Yeah, it's still skinning that bus. Ooh. So there it goes. There it is. Now it sees the floppy drive. So I have done some things. So if I do pboot 10, now it says it's booting off floppy 1, and that's the. I will tell you the floppy. Oh, I must have the wrong disk in. It must be the other one. There it goes. Let's see if it actually will IPL now. Oh yeah, it's loading. I hear it. Yeah, it's an obnoxiously slow system. No, that's the way. George, this is how it came. I haven't reflashed it, and unless I absolutely have to, I do not like reflashing vintage systems. I don't have the hardware to recover from a brick, and even if I did, there's no guarantee I could debrick it. So, yep, there we go, IPL. Now we get Linux PPC load. So, this was a prep. Why is there garbage on the screen? All right, I'm just going to hope that that's just random junk. Okay, so now it starts up. So Debian actually supported this machine officially in the initial Debian for PowerPC release, which is what we're starting up from. It should ask me to swap. Yep, there it is. There's the floppy swap. So I can start Linux on this. Now, in theory, I should also be able to start NetBSD off the network. And that may be where we start, because ultimately I'm going to have to compile a new kernel. The Debian Bootstrap kernel does not support NFS root. It does have NFS built in, but I don't have the utilities I need to DD off the file system. I have a 2 gigabyte file size limit, so I'm going to have to get a little creative with this one. I would actually be tempted to. We are probably going to try it, and that's why we have the Pi here, because now I have this system on an isolated subnet, which means I can try and netboot it with a custom kernel, dump the drives, and then after I dump the drives, I'm going to probably have to use AIX and emulator to get the files out, because if this is an undumped version of AIX, I'm really going to want. What I suspected is, I don't have a version string. I think it's 4.1R5, which the install media is lost for. So yeah, I can get into, yeah, so there's the hardware on this. So we have a 94 megahertz, I think it's a 604. So not a particularly fast PowerPC chip, but it could be worse. I believe these were sold as both 603Es and 604s. I think this is one of the later ones. So, all right, so let's switch back to the Raspberry Pi, because what little information I can, there's almost no information on this system. So, but I did see the option to netboot. So I think the first thing I want to do is I want to run Wireshark on the Ethernet interface. The Pi is connected over Wi-Fi, so the Ethernet interface is just connected to the PowerStack. So I want to see what the PowerStack is actually trying to do when it netboots. I think I have to bring the interface up because it's probably down. Oh, it is up. It just says no carrier. Probably just can't detect anything. All right, so let's put ETH0 on Wireshark. And let's switch back to the other machine. All right, and let's reboot. The 604 was very popular. I mean, this is the same class of processor that's in my RS6000 model 150, which is many years newer than this. Like Motorola, sorry, that processor just would not die. Okay, so now this is network booting. So if we have life of any sort, I just saw life. Okay, so something is trying to, yeah. Oh, okay, it's doing a lot of things. Hold that phone. So boot P or oh, I'm gonna have to filter this. That is a lot. So it's apparently okay. So now it's running. Yeah. So it is doing. I had that distinct feeling that yeah, it looks like it's just doing standard DHCP, I think. Okay, so is that what it's actually doing? Boot request, DHCP transaction. So is this doing like actual boot P? Boot request, Ethernet, transaction. I don't even know. That's probably the right MAC address. Yeah, so it looks like it's just trying to do standard DHCP booting. Let me see. Yeah, looks like it's actually hanged at this point. Why am I not surprised? Because again, you know, debugging messages. Why would those be useful? I thought OpenBoot was bad. This is actually worse. So it is actually trying to do reverse ARP, and it's trying to do DHCP to find its brain. So, I think our best bet here is NetBSD has probably has an amazing diskless guide. So I think this is where we should start. And if I can boot NetBSD, I could probably use that to dump the drives. But if nothing else, this gives you the short version, more or less. So we need a DHCP server. You know, I'm going to turn this off because we don't need it right now. And it's loud. Okay, so there is an example config, but they haven't updated this in quite a while. Sample DHCP config. Oh, they actually have. This used to be a much bigger file. So let's go and grab the ISC DHCP server. All right, that's going to download. Yeah, there is a U-boot port, but I'd have to do my own, and I don't have enough technical documentation about this system to even try it. Like, if I was really determined, I could probably figure out... Well, actually, no, that's not true. I do have... It is a prep-based system, and the prep standard is documented, so I probably could figure it out, and... Oh, man, System D is not happy. Okay, come on. All right. And yes, I do actually have a Model M on this Raspberry Pi. All right. So you know what? I'm just going to grab this entire config file. So we do need to make some changes. I'll use network 250 because my LAN is split into multiple networks now, part of the everything I've been doing. So putting it at the top of the network is better. I don't need to set a domain name. I guess I can. Restless.systems. Hopefully it's not actually going to care about this. 250.1, no router, and that is the correct subnet. So this is going to be PowerStack. Actually, I'm going to just change it to its own subnet. Because if I ever do put one of these systems online, which is one of the big things I'm working on with the infrastructure rework. So now we have our MAC address. Oh, I forgot how miserable X is on ARM. Like, I should just get a Pi 4. I had this one lying around, so I figured I'd just use it. Okay, so the MAC address is 80.0.0.3E 30.06 DC. And you know what? Did I say who donated the system? If not, like, can we get a round of thanks for Ben in the chat? Okay, let's see here. So fixed address, you're going to get 250.100, and the host name will be PowerStack. There's the next server. Will be the Pi. All right, so that should handle that. Let's see here. I want you to stay in the foreground, and I only want you to listen on interface name is too long. I should say interface name is too long. Interface name is 20? What? What am I doing wrong? Okay. Oh, wait, maybe... No, that's correct. That's not the interface it's complaining about. Yeah, XCF is XCOF, which was the file format used on early PowerPC machines until ELF completely replaced it. Why is it saying that network interface is too long? Like, what? And also, the music's a bit loud here. I'm going to slow that down, at least for myself. That's low enough on air, so that's fine. Alright, so why is it saying interface is too long? Like, what did I do wrong? Like, network interface. Oh, hold on. Net adder add 192.168.200 1/24 dev eth0. No, that was not it. You think you receiving this message is a bug rather than configuration issue. Interface name is too long. All right, you know what? When in doubt, just get the source code. That's it. ISC. Oh, I hit tab and it's going to spin. Apparently, I'm going to have to look at the source code to figure out how to configure the blasted DHCP server. This is off to a great start. ISC interface. What is the exact error? Go up another one, netboot. Interface name too long. So what is it complaining about? Else if interface name is too long. Oh, this is fun. It's dying pretty early in config though, so at least that makes my life easier. Oh, it's CF. Okay. No subnet declarations for EVE0, ignoring EVE0. Okay. That was annoying. Okay, so you have the right link. You have no carrier, but you're up. No, you're not up. That's why it's complaining. Sudo IP link set EVE0 up. I probably have to power this on. It may require a switch. I do have one. I just haven't set one up. Like, have you actually gone up? You haven't. So let's break into the bootloader. The Ethernet interface is completely dedicated to that. Hold on, let's just break into PCP diag, and then let's come back around. EVE0 is just a link local. It's not even, they're literally connected to each other, but yeah, because the link is actually up on this side. I think it's. Okay, so this is apparently how you configure it for Netbooting. I think it's MBO. Yeah, it is. Okay. So now this should let me now start it. Subnet declaration. iNet 192.168.201/24. Link is up. State is up. No subnet declaration. Okay. Oh, 250. I think I set. What did I give it the IP? Because. Okay, I gave it 200. Dell 126 200 124 dev E0. And it immediately detaches, which is not what I want to do, but hey, at least it started. I'll take my small victories. I think it was /F. Yeah, /F to avoid from detaching. All right, so now let's restart this and see. Let's see if we can start netbooting. Like, let's see if it even will get a lease. Because if it gets a lease, then I can work out the rest of it. Because then we just need the TFTP server. That will download the open firmware boot firm. Not the open firmware. It'll download some of the files that we need, and we can take this one step at a time. Good morning, PVC. Okay, there's the beep. So you are now trying to start from network. Like, it is sending boot requests. But you're not actually responding, are you? Like, it's sending discovers. What? Why are you not responding? Network interface, group, boot request. Do I have allow boot P enabled? Like, is it actually doing, like... Yeah, I do have allow boot P. Yeah, and we get nothing. Oh, allow booting. Is that what it... Are you still sending... You're not still sending lease requests, are you? Yep, and you're completely hung. Like... 3, 2, 1. Yep. All control delete does not work on this machine. I am pretty sure that this I found notes relating to PPC bug that this was on a bunch of the Motorola evaluation boards. I suspect this bootloader is intended to be run over serial, which is why it's a little bare bones. Although granted, this is like, I think of Red Boot is probably the only thing I've used that's more primitive than this. Although this is very much in the same ballpark. Yeah, it is a key to turn it on and off. I mean, this is a distinctly metal system. Okay. All right, so that's trying now. And absolutely bupkis. Okay, hold the phone. What am I doing wrong here? Am I, like, missing an option? Be quiet. Startup. Run as a foreground. Process. Test a config file. Trace file. PID. Like, it's not even seeing it. Oh, hold on. The adapter may not be in promiscuous mode. How do I even enable that? Yeah, hold on. It'll be listed in IP link. Yeah, the adapter is not in promiscuous mode. Linux promiscuous mode. No wonder it's not going anywhere. Okay. That'd be IP link. Probably help if I spelt it correctly. IP link set if0 promisc on. That's why it's not seeing it. I'm surprised it doesn't set that automatically. Alright. Now let's see if we get some signs of life out of this DHCP server. Okay. Yeah, like, this is a beast of a system. Like, you can see that there's molded keys under the cover. Like, that's the other one I have. I'm gonna have to take those keys out when I bring this to VCF. Like, that'll be actually useful. No one's gonna be able to turn it off. Okay. The problem is you can't run AIX or Solaris from the open firmware image. I'm not going to reflash the system. Like, I really despise reflashing old systems because it's a great way to kill them. And we get absolutely nothing. Like, that is running a DHCP Discover. Yeah, so that's the... Okay, so the Pi is actually running the DHCP Discover. Hold on. Oh, you know what it is? It's probably... wireless... You're probably trying to configure this, aren't you? Yeah, you are, aren't you? Are you really running Network Mangler? Well, Network Manager, but I think the mood... No, you are not, actually. What are you running? Like, this is just a standard Raspbian install, although I have tweaked it some. For those who watch my older streams, this is the same Pi we did the Unix hacking on. And I've also used it for ham radio stuff, so it's got a bunch of ham radio stuff on it. What is running DHCP on this thing? Like, the actual DHCP. Alright, so that now... Alright, so now... Alright, so that knocked the Pi... Okay, so it does apparently... Yeah, okay, so it needs that for the Wi-Fi to work, so that's great. Alright, so now you're just running DHCP Discover here. I guess I'm probably going to wireless settings, interface. Guess I have to put you in by hand. I'll set it to yourself. Actually, I won't set it because you have one on the other one. Apply. Close. So now here's this boot P request. And it just doesn't seem to get anything. So it does send vendor-specific options, but it really just... Like, why is it... Wait, why is it saying this unicast? Like, this packet doesn't look right. Actually, hold on. Wasn't there... there was something on the NetBSD page about this. Because I did look up on the ports. Was it ports prep? Yeah, so if I go to the FAQ... Right, so this talks about setting this up. 080 file, client, server IP, node controller stuff, and then there's this environment command, which all probably needs to be set. Let me bring that up on the laptop because we're going to probably just have to type that in. So, okay. There we go there. I mean, that's a lot of... Yeah, here it is. Network auto boot. There was something like network prep had to be enabled. I remember reading that. So let's just try and figure this out. So turn the key to shut it down. Yeah, this is going to be painful. Like, it's going to be really painful. The other option I have is to try and build a Linux kernel that I could boot off a floppy with make floppy. That's kind of, shall I say, I don't want to say plan B, but it's kind of plan B. Yeah, I did see that at respawn. That's why I set the IP address manually. So, unfortunately, this is not going to remember its settings, which is going to be really irritating. So let's just go right into PowerPC bug. System debugger. Okay. Bug or system environment. Oh, this is going to be interesting. So what does it say that this should be set? So we want to go into bug. We don't want the field service menu enabled. Most of these I think we can just leave as is. Network prep enable is what we need. I think we can just leave these all as is. Alright. ROM boot, ROM abort boot, starting address, network auto boot, network controller, boot delay. Like, this definitely doesn't feel like a production BIOS. This feels like something very, very different. All right, update non-volatile RAM. Yeah, reset local CPU. Hopefully it doesn't care. Like, if this is like a Sun, it should be fine. But it may actually require... Damn it, it might actually want a timekeeper in there that works. Alright, so now I need to do this. That's our MAC address. I'm actually going to put in the client IP address. We are 250.100. 251. No gateway. Boot file load address. Is that correct? No, that's not. According to what this is telling me to put it, it tells me to put it at 800000. And says to leave. Well, I wasn't supposed to set the delay. Okay, well, we'll just do it a second time. No. Okay, NetBSD, no argument file. So these are now all 0. Request delay. Request delay. Always. Yes. Update non-volatile RAM. NBO for network boot. Let's see. And now it says loading NetBSD. So that did do something. Like, is it now just trying to download it over TFTP? Because, you know what? I'll take that. Oh, something changed. Now we've got DHCP in form packets. So are we getting... Still not getting anything... useful? Okay. Like, I see it sending boot requests here in Wireshark. Well, I see it sending boot P requests. I have the... Yeah, and you can see it's even requesting file NetBSD. So, client MAC address. This is not factory default. Yeah, so it's... I don't think it's trying to start from boot P. Like, maybe... Let's see, let me look at chat. Like, let me catch up. If you type period, you can exit the command. Well, this isn't true pixie booting. This is like sort of twisted pixie booting. Like, it's not as bad as Sun's, but it's... Because Sun does some really accursed things when you jump start it. This one's a little bit more standard. Like, this was probably based around Pixie, even though it's not actually Pixie. This was used as a web server. I know that for a fact. I don't know what it was used to serve exactly. While I do have permission to dump the hard drives on stream, I'm not going to go through them on stream. So, I know it ran AIX. It was used for one business. It was internet facing, and then it's been sitting on a shelf for like 20 years. Alright, so that's not really going all that well. So, like, I don't even understand why. The problem is I think it's the DHCP server. Like, this server is just not responding. And it should be. And I've had this problem before. Like, I haven't had a whole lot of success with starting old Unix from Linux. Which means I just don't really want to break out a Solaris machine for this. Oh, you're right. I did filter that out. Let me see if it's trying to do anything with TFTP. No, it's not. It's not doing anything. It is. There was that option about is needed, so period does not stopping it. Okay, so I put the MAC address in wrong. It should still be generating messages, but let's correct that. Hardware address. Oh, you're right. I did put that in wrong. Fortunately, it does stop trying after a couple tries. Yeah, and you can't break out of it. Let me try sending control break. Yeah, break doesn't work. Escape, control escape. Can't think of any other key combos. Like, I'm not even getting PS2 codes. Actually, there is an indicator light blinking, so I have that distinct feeling it gave up. Okay. I have this distinct feeling that George in chat actually knows how one of these things work. Like, I've been struggling with this one because there's no documentation for a while, but maybe we'll have some success. Okay. Well, my whole plan is to build an exhibit for VCF with this machine, the two RS6000s. One's going to run AIX, one's going to run NT, and this is going to run Solaris for PowerPC. And if I don't think I can get a machine, one of the very few machines that can run OS2 for PowerPC. Like, I don't think that particular dream is coming true. Okay, so go to System Debugger. So, oh, you're right. I never set a authoritative. I actually did not set a authoritative. That is. That may make a difference. So NIOP get put NetBSD assuming it's doing something. Although interestingly did it save that setting successfully? What's going on now? Wait, did I see TFTP? Oh, it is actually trying to TFTP download. It is actually trying to download over TFTP. Let me grab a TFTP server. I think AFTP will be fine. Yeah, oh, I didn't realize that you were Plan Man. Okay, well, that makes it easier. Okay, so now that explains why you have so much knowledge of these machines. Okay. Alright, so it is at least able to talk to the network, although the fact that it says malformed packet's a little concerning. Yeah, when Wireshark says that something has gone wrong, that is always concerning. Alright, so if I want to run a TFTP, let's go to root, TFTP boot, change mode 777, TFTP boot. And let's just put a test file in there, like, I don't even know what to put in there. Fine, I'll put neofetch in there. Just so to see if we can actually download something. Okay, so that, well, it didn't fail, but it just didn't succeed. Get, alright, so that is going to keep trying. See if it actually can successfully download. All right, you know, it helps if I actually, you know, run the daemon. Oh, I guess the daemon is running because. Okay, you know, that works. Right, I forgot. That's how this actually works. Need to fetch like that. Alright, let's see if that does anything. Oh, look, it actually downloaded it. Look at that. Okay, so we do have working TFTP. Yep, it actually successfully downloaded. So let's actually see if we can start the NetBSD bootloader. Because if we can get into NetBSD, then we are 90% of the way there. All we'd have to do is then work out a well, I could dump the drives with NetBSD. You know, like I don't need to overcomplicate this. So okay, so ftpnetbsd.org. Do I use a? You know what? I'm gonna poll the audience. I will be at VCF East. I am hoping to also be at Midwest. I don't know for sure on Midwest yet. So do we try old BSD? Which BSD? Or NetBSD? New, old. Because in theory, modern NetBSD should still run on this system. Let's see here. NetBSD, so that would be... I will go with 9.3 just because... Yeah, alright. Let me just see if there's... So here's prep. Like, do we actually have the bootloader files in here? We have the boot floppies in here. Which still may be good might actually be good enough. So that's NetBSD generic. I need the bootloader, don't I? Maybe I just need the kernel. Actually, I might just need the kernel. I might not actually need a bootloader for this system. Like, one of the biggest problems with the prep interface is it was inflexible. So maybe it is in fact that maybe in fact just loads a kernel and calls it good. Like, if it is in fact this easy, that would be quite nice. All right, so NetBSD. All right, so well, that was not the command I wanted to type in, but you know, close enough. NetBSD, that's fine. What was the command? NetBSD, P. Alright, is it downloading? Oh, I can see the interface light on the, I can actually see the interface light on the Pi going, and yes, it is in fact downloading. Okay, so let's see if we can actually boot. If we can start the kernel, we should be able to boot all the way into NetBSD. In this case, it would just be a matter of setting up NFS and hoping and crossing our fingers. After that, then we, I would like to actually try and run Linux diskless on this, but it's probably because I haven't disconnected main power. What I know is with my Suns, if I restart them quick enough, they will actually retain their NVRAM for a few seconds. Like, there is a discharge capacitor. So the PowerStack probably is the same. Like, I literally have the timekeeper right here. It's actually, it was available on Amazon for $20 with free Prime shipping. Oh, you're right. I am downloading to the wrong address. But hey, look, it did download. All right, cool. I'm going to get something to drink while that downloads. All right, and I'm back with some nice iced tea. I'm actually going to be quite amused if NetBSD prep still works. I have not had good luck with NetBSD on vintage computers. I sometimes can get it working, but most of the time it doesn't. Oh, it panicked. It actually panicked. Huh. Illegal oh, you know why it's illegal instruction? It was probably trying to run something for a newer PowerPC chip. I mean, why would they compile it for a 604? Okay, so let's go back in time then. Yeah, well, when the ancient wizards of old get together, magic happens. Okay, you know, that was a lot more philosophical than I intended, but you know what? I'm gonna... Yeah, so we need old NetBSD because there's no way that they're building modern NetBSD for a 604. Although that might just be an oversight. So let's try something, I don't know, a little bit more period correct. Let's try version 4.0. I've had decent, you know what? Let's actually go a little older than that. Let's try version 2 because I don't remember the very first version of NetBSD I started. Like, when I finally got off Windows, the first thing I ran was FreeBSD. That's a lot smaller of a kernel, so let's just grab that. Okay. 1.0 is probably a little bit too old. Honestly, if this does work, we could probably just recompile NetBSD. It's probably just an oversight. Like, I would be very surprised if this has been tested in years. Because one of the big things with NetBSD, you know, they really took inspiration from... I'm just going to say this. They took a lot of inspiration from IBM because, like, these are all IBM terms from mainframes. Like, I'm almost surprised it doesn't use RIPL for remote program load. It's using network initial. Well, that was actually kind of the plan. I was going to do it with Linux, but I was actually planning to do a cross compiler, but I'm also completely okay with going the lazy route. I'm going to have to jump through a bunch of hoops anyway. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind trying to see if we could run AIX off the network and do a NIM install, because I haven't done that, and honestly, a way to rapidly reprovision machines would be immensely useful. Right, let's see if that'll start. No, it doesn't like that. It really doesn't like that. That's kind of what I expected it to do. Let me try an MBO. That's pretty much what I expected it to do. I probably should also restart Wireshark, because that is making a lot of noise. Boot P. Let's see here. No, it would be DHCP or TFTP. That should also count Boot P. Maybe. I think the Pi is paging out. Alright, let's go all the way to the end. Yeah, I think we're starting to hit the limit of wire. I suspect the Pi is actually running out of memory. Oh no, look, it actually tried to netboot. Look. Read request file OFC boot XFC. There's nothing in the log, but it did apparently... Look, there it is, boot reply. Yeah, Raspberry Pi to Cortex. Codex. So it did actually try the netboot. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. I just don't understand why it's not being chatty. Maybe I need to give it another switch, like -D. Oh, there it is. Network boot logic error. Yeah, so it did actually try and do it. Except, no, now it's loading the wrong file. No, it actually got a packet. network boot file in progress. This specific machine, I know the PowerStack came out, I think in 94 or 95. This may be a later one. I found 94 dates and I found 96 dates when I was rummaging around in it. I don't like taking it apart because the plastic is already cracked on it. Like, this is the front panel for the expansion chassis, and this hinge is cracked. I've ordered some super glue, and I've heard a set of acetone could be... Oh, okay, hold on. Bytes received. Residual data located. That means it is actually going to try and start the kernel. Let's see if it starts. And then it crashes. Okay, that did exactly what I expected it to do. Well, no, I actually expected to do something else, but... Okay. Alright. We're going to deal with the file system later. I'm dealing with this one problem at a time because I am trying to boot a system that I have no manual for. Okay, so that doesn't help much. Like, obviously I probably did something wrong. Let's look around in the files and see what else there is. So sets, let's go up to like installation, floppy, generic file system, sysf. I also read something about Debian, PowerPC, PowerStack, NetBoot. There was in fact something on the Debian wiki about this when I was screwing with. This has been sitting on my desk for a week. Yeah, I think it's here under PowerPC install, and then we click prep. Here we go. On Motorola PCP bugs, you may install using VGA console. Boot prep. Here we go. So this is how you netboot Debian. Okay. But the problem is it's a 2.2 kernel. I mean, this is about as antique as it gets. Also, you apparently have to time set it or things go weird. Partition the hard drive, rescue base system. So apparently there was something here. Like, where's this boot prep file come from? It's not even listed. Yeah, it might be reading. It might be a GIGO problem. Like, where is it? What is it actually doing? Like, it says residual data loaded. Hold on. We have a whole bunch of information about this. So if we go to NIOT 00, there's our MAC address. That's all correct. The broadcast isn't right, but that shouldn't matter. Gateway is fine. That is fine. No argument file. That is correct. That is correct. Let's see what else we've got here. I mean, I could go for the full set of bug menus. Because, Alright, let me look back at the chat. I mean, yeah, I mean, you're right, I might need to load a bootloader, but it is possible to boot the NetBSD kernel off a floppy disk, and then from there we could netboot the rest of the system, but at that point I might as well run Linux. Alright, let's take a closer look at what we are actually sending to the system. Because, like, okay, so look, it's actually doing inform, not a forwarded for this subnet. I'll worry about that later. Okay, so what are we sending here? So this is an ELF, Big Endian PowerPC, or Cisco statically linked, not stripped. Do I have read ELF? It might not work on this. Actually, it probably won't because it's the wrong architecture, but we can try. System 5, PowerPC. Okay, so there is no flag saying if it's like a 604. Could try an older one. Like, prep machines are only on the market for like 3 years at most. So maybe we have to go older. Like, we could try 1.0. Apparently, like, let's try the first one that the prep port existed. So, wasn't 1.0, so it's usually on here. Prep support was added. Supported hardware. Interestingly, hold on, wait. Is that what I thought it said? Last edited 3 months and 22 days ago. Alright. So let's figure out, like, let's try, like, 1.4. So 1.4 didn't support it. 1.5. Not 1.5. 1.6. Okay, so 1.6 has a prep directory. And it does have floppy images that we could try. You know, maybe that's exactly what it needs. Hold on, maybe I'm being stupid about this. Let me try installation floppy generic. It is quite possible it's trying to download, you know, it doesn't want the kernel, it wants an actual disk image. Like I have, well, that was not what I wanted to do. Yeah, XF, well, this machine doesn't have open boot. Okay. Generic.fs NetBSD. I don't think this is gonna work, but I'd rather try it and be wrong than not try it. So let's see what this does. Alright, so now it's gonna download the file. I do actually have a progress light on the system itself that I haven't noticed up to this point. No, NT works fine on prep. It doesn't support chirp. And NuBus, non-NuBus PCI-based Apple systems are Old World and New World are a loose adaptation of chirp. Yeah, okay. That one just gave me a machine check, so at least it did something different. Let me see if we can start a Debian kernel, because maybe it will help. I don't know. If we want to start an old Debian kernel, let's go to archive.debian.org. We will have to compile one later, but let's just see if we can even start one. Debian, the installer files are kept in the dist directory, so I don't want... So Potato is what I tested. What was the release after Potato? Because Potato was a release for a long time. Was it? I want to say it was Sarge was the next major release. Because that was about the time I started getting involved. So, current images. This would be... it actually would be PowerPC. NetBoot minimal. A 2.4 kernel. And we have a VM Linux and the other one. Let's see what you see in the Potato folder. Or, well, let's see what's in the other ones. Like, actually, there is a manifest file. What do we got here? Pretty much nothing useful. Actually, I take that back. This is actually not as bad as I thought. So, we have a boot... Like, there's no way they're using one image for both of these. They can't. It doesn't work that way. Like, is it possible that Potato was the only version of Debian that supported this machine? Because that's kind of what I'm thinking. So let me go into Potato main. And this is boot floppies. This isn't even Debian installer. Oh, right. They put an index.html. Yeah, you have to put a current. Prep. Boot full. Images. Okay, so let's see here. Install.txt. Booting the installation image. Here we go. Okay. PowerPC installation document 1999. Here we go. Finally, something useful. Although this document appears to have some corruption issues. Place the files rescue 1440 in NFS. Place the boot.bin file on the TFTP directory of your TFTP server. Okay. All right, let's try that. So boot full.bin. I mean, if this has an NFS, if this has what we need, then so be it. So boot full.bin. And I will just update the config file. Okay. All right, let's see if that does anything. All right, fingers crossed. Yeah, it looks like it was only supported with boot floppies. I don't think it was. I don't think prep machines were ever supported with Debian installer. But as long as I have a .config file I can use as a reference, like I could rip apart boot floppies and figure out how they made this image. Oh, it downloaded. Residual data. Is it going to boot? Oh! Oh! It tried. Like, it tried. It tried and went down in flames, but it did try. Let's do a clean restart. Okay, that is progress. We have successfully net started a kernel. Yeah, I'm gonna call that one a partial success. Let's see if on a clean start if it can actually MBO. Well, it tried to boot. It's quite possible there was just junk in memory and it couldn't start. Like, this firmware is not amazing. All right, skip the self-test, skip the auto boot. Oh, look at that. It is trying to retain settings, like, because that was a clean start. All right, so network boot in boot file load. The bootloader might be looking for that. We'll have to take a closer look. Let's see what it does first. Because, yeah, you know, it did actually load a bootloader. Maybe I could just tell it to start NetBSD. Like, let's see what it does. Okay, so it downloaded. Residual data. Uncompressing. Like, it's not even giving me a chance to type in a new kernel command line. Oh, it actually started the kernel. And then it panicked. Keyboard, too many NACs. Kernel access of bad area of PC rebooting. Okay, so unable to handle kernel paging requests at virtual. Wow, okay, so that is a less than happy system. Too many NACs. Unable to handle paging requests. Like, wow, it really did not like that. Kernel access of bad area. Like, I'm trying to think of what to make about this boot failure, but it does mean we're going the right way. So I'm going to turn the switch off. I got to think about this one. So we do know we can start this image. Let's go look at this install document again, because obviously this is going the right way. PCC bug, open firmware, IBM's prep firmware. Place boot.bin files as follows. PCP bug, properly view on a serial console. That's fine. Boot.bin. Okay, serial console is skipped. NFS install. Boot arguments. Okay, so that's how you set the boot arguments. If I want to boot off, okay, so that's how I have to do it in the bootloader, and I guess that's overrides the option. Motorola prep install, which will actually root STL boot arguments. Access install. Boot the image with MBO00. Brand new board. Turn on the environment. Configure keyboard is skipped. So, yeah, it definitely, I suspect what's happening is that there's some kernel parameters that are not being set correctly. This might not have never been tested on a PowerStack. This is probably built for an IBM. I don't remember which image I tested it with. Like, we have prep. Okay, so these are all the base images in floppy form, because you used to be able to install Debian from floppy. Like, that was a long time ago, but you used to be able to do it. You know what? Can I access this over FTP? Because then I can see what other files there are. Like, is this something that works? Do I have NCFT? Hold on. Because I believe I downloaded the CD, the disk images linked out of the documentation, so I don't think that was the current folder, but let's take a look. Either way, we're going the right way. We now can netboot this system, which means it's now just a matter of, like, pain, but, it's manageable pain. Okay, so you cannot access archive.debian.org. I think you can rsync to it, but I'm not in the mood to do that. Disk image to floppies. Probably just going to have to build our own kernel. Let me just Google it. NetBSD prep netboot. Like, is there some other hint that we need here? Like, is there another component we need? Pixie. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here. Alright, so my guess is NetBSD probably never worked over. Yeah, there's no prep specific. I remember the very first time I ever tried doing a netboot, it was to my laptop at the time. It was probably an Athlon. No, it was an Athlon K6 running XP. And I just did it on a lark because I never see, I'd always seen those Pixie netboot options in the BIOS. So seeing it actually work once was really wild. I did a full diskless setup just because I could. All right, let's look at these install notes. Maybe there's something useful in them. Supported machines. Yeah, that's all correct. FTP, NAS, distribution stats. Preparing your system for prep booting is fine. I have this horrible sinking feeling where you actually are going to have to compile this. Like, it feels like the path of least resistance, but rebuilding NetBSD is not supposed to be hard. It's supposed to do the entire cross-compile for you. Yeah. Set up local boot blocks, but netboot everything else. Install boot blocks to the local device. And then create a kernel that always looks for a diskless root. That would be this option, create kernel. Which, yeah, and then we want to use build.sh. Oh boy. Alright, I guess we're actually going to do this. This is gonna suck. Alright, hopefully my internet's up to the task. Yeah, I just realized I'm probably still running a restore test on my network, but we're not gonna worry about that. Fortunately, I have a VM that I set up specifically because I knew I might need it. So let's grab the source code to a NetBSD release. Well, hold on. Chat, you know what, chat? I think I'm actually going to leave this up to you. Like, what do you want me to do? What should I netboot? Do we want to go NetBSD or Linux? Because both of them are probably viable. And while you're voting, I'll just download the tarballs regardless. Sets. Think I need, you know, I'm just going to grab all of them. Okay. Alright, that's going to take a few minutes. Oh, well, fortunately, NetBSD does it all for me. Like, I don't have to think about this. The reason that NetBSD was so popular for embedded is they really make this trivial. Yeah, because all I'm going to have to do is run build.sh, and it should do the whole thing for me. Actually, we don't need GNU source. We really just need source.ggc. That is going a bit slow. Yeah, I probably still have a restore test running on my network. Because I have 1.2 gigabit down. Granted, I'm only using 1 gig. Because to use that additional 200 megabits, I have to call Comcast. I don't know if I... You know, the thing is that because NetBSD is directly descended from AT&T Unix, even though there's no AT&T code still in there, I'm still comfortable calling NetBSD, as well as FreeBSD, OpenBSD, and Dragonfly, generic Unix. I think they can make that claim even though there's no AT&T code in there, because it's pretty similar to Darwin in that regard. And if I really, really want to be ambitious, we could try and run Darwin. Not on this machine, but we could try it on the 150. Actually, if I bring a fourth machine to VFC, maybe I will actually just run Darwin on it. Because what I'm thinking I'm going to do is I kind of want to port Chocolate Doom to... Well, I've already ported Chocolate Doom to AIX. If I also port it to Windows NT PowerPC and Solaris PowerPC, we can either have a 3-player co-op, or I could do a Tech Tangents. I haven't decided which of those two things is more interesting, because only the 2R6000s have okay graphics card. This one has a Circus Logic. We're not going to run anything impressive on this system. FTP is like the standard that will never die. Ever. Like, I'm never expecting to die. I also realize that's probably pretty small on the stream, isn't it? Like, let me bump the font up like 3 degrees. Okay, that's better. So, I don't know. It's like, today's been an interesting day. I don't know. I woke up early and I didn't sleep well, but I decided, like, because I've been wanting to do this for the better part of a week. Like, I got the KVM switch last Wednesday, and then I spent a day or two with the Pi. Biggest problem with the Pi is it just has a small SD card, and Amazon says that the larger SD card I ordered was delivered, but it never showed up, so joy. Okay, so that's that. So let me just see what's in this. Okay, so that should have the kernel in it. Yeah. Actually, let me make sure this has the kernel. This might. Oh, you know what? It's probably in the other one. Damn it. All right, let me grab syssource. I like that. Hello, everyone. I've had this Pi for ages. I bought this for like $30 2 years ago. But this is a Pi 3, so this is an old one. And I bought the Pi 3 specifically. I used this Pi to make a Pi 1541. I was going to do some stuff with CPM with it, and the Pi 1541 has problems with CPM, as I discovered annoyingly. So, and every time I've tried to do something with my Commodore 128, something goes wrong. Yeah, I figured that one out just a little bit too late. All right, start syssource tgz. Yeah, that is exactly what we need. So, let's go into our okay. Oh no, yeah, let's make a source directory. Actually, you know what? Projects. Because I always have this organizational problem. NetBSD prep. You know, I'm just going to get rid of that V so I'm not waiting for the terminal to update. Like, the desktop is very fast. The Pi is not. Like, this is not accelerated X. Alright, so I should have a build.sh. Alright, so let's find that. Did I extract the source wrong? I might have actually extracted the source wrong. I probably did. So if I want to get the source, cross-compiling using the source build.sh. So I probably just need to extract it all, is what this is telling me. Fortunately, we downloaded it all. Okay, wait for that to extract. Yeah, this is the same Pi. You know, I still have the expansion board, but I also have a bunch of like little Atom computers, but they're so useless. Like, trying to run anything besides like an old Windows on those little Atoms is just an exercise in pain and frustration. At least running Linux is mostly... Oh, I just like saw this cloud of smoke outside my window, and it's like, okay. All right, so there's our build.sh. So now we just need to configure the damn... You know what? Let's actually see if we can build it first. So we need to list arch, is what this is called. Build.sh list arch. Source share make is missing. Please re-download source tree. Am I in the wrong folder? I must have... Obtaining the sources. Release. Extract. You're kidding. What? You're really going to require me to put this in the root directory of the system folder? I don't think that's what I actually need to do. But maybe? Okay. Cross-compiling. changing, okay, framework of build.sh, cross-compiling. We place a subdirectory, sources CVS, user source and traditional location. We would like to build as an unprivileged user. That's correct. So build.sh using the source build.sh non-root. Okay, so it needs a /u. That explains it. /u /o. Okay, you know what? Let's just, like, if I just do this, you know, I probably need the other source tarballs. If we're in for a penny, we're in for a pound. Oh, it's being a bit slow today. 4.3 source sets get share source TDZ GNU source TGC. I probably don't need X, although that would probably be possessed to net boot into X on this thing. So let's do it. Yeah, let's just flat out do it. This machine is going to be at VCF. This is going to be part of my exhibit, so that's the real world need. It's also a prep-based system that isn't IBM-based, and this is old enough to run Solaris for PowerPC, which I find fascinating that Sun Microsystems went through the trouble of porting Solaris to PowerPC. Like, they must have been really concerned that well, I shouldn't say really concerned, but they felt it was valuable enough to not only port Solaris, they also ported Sun Studio to PowerPC. So I've always wanted to check it out, but it only runs on a handful of machines, and it's a little endian Unix. The only other little endian PowerPC operating systems were Windows NT, which will run on here, but I won't run it on here because, again, reflashing firmware, and OS2, which is unfortunately will not run on this either. Although I wouldn't mind trying it. The reason the download speed is going up that high is because I'm actually using a large part of my download bandwidth to test my offsite backups. Once a year, I do disaster recovery testing. So if my NAS, desktop, laptop, and cell phone all burst into flames at once, I'm making sure I can still survive that situation. So, yep. The problem with OS2 for PowerPC, there's two versions of it. There was a released version that is floating, and then there is a beta version of that, like a beta of a beta, that does apparently start on non-personal PowerPC machines and prints out a bunch of boot debug messages relating to Workspace OS. So if there's any potential way to run, what's the word I'm looking for? There's any potential way to run PowerPC, holy shit, I can't speak. Let me extract these files, then I will try speaking, because apparently my ability to multitask today has gone away. Okay. What was I saying? OS2, PowerPC, something, dark side, something. All right. And let's see here. Are you... Okay, you are now actually going to work with me. So list arcs. List arch. There we go. All right. Machine prep. Okay, so build.sh yeah, we'll just put that there. J6. I gave this a lot of resource. Prep, PowerPC, tools. Okay. C compiler can't. Oh, did I really? Yeah, I didn't actually install Build Essential. This is running on Hyper-V on Absolution. This was my solution to the problem that the Pi has got. I don't even want to try thinking about running this on a Pi. What? Why did you run into errors? Not going to be installed. App fix broken. I've had, like, I'm... No space left on device? What? Is that 12 gigabytes? That is 12 gigabytes. Did I really only give this a 12 gigabyte? Oh my. You're kidding. Did I really do that? Okay, apparently I did do that. Hold on, let me actually... I'm just going to swing the mic over because I have to get on the desktop and see what I actually did. 'Cause apparently, I didn't do something smart. Let me inspect this. Alright, virtual hard drive. Alright. Expand. Yeah, okay, apparently I really only made it 12 gigabytes. It looks like I can online resize it, though. Okay, nope, I gotta actually shut the VM down. So, rip. Okay, alright, let's shut the VM down and make the disk bigger. I can't believe I did that. Oh well, alright. Retro, choose action, expand. 100 gigs. And now I can start back up. I don't know if that's gonna I don't know if that'll resize the boot partition, but we'll see. All right. Okay, and wow, that was fast. Can I just do resize 1? No. What is it? Resize 2FS? Oh, it's been a while since I've done this. Resize. Yeah, okay, so I think I can do that. File system is already X blocks long. I really don't want to reinstall if I don't have to. No, I'll expect space to be used. Oh yeah, no, I want to fix the GBT. Okay, that fixes that. And now I can do that. And now I can... I probably have to reboot it a second time because I now just updated the GBT partition. Yeah, it probably makes sense. Okay. Alright, wait for that to reboot. Like, I've done this enough times that I should know how to do this. No, I just completely forgot how to... I just made the hard drive too small. Let's see here. Ubuntu grow root partition. I never remember how to do this. G size is what Chad's telling me. Nope. Well, we'll have more fun doing it this way. Assuming I don't break it. Okay, so with fdisk. Alright, I think... Alright. Oh, this is gonna be a little scary. At least it's only a VM, so, like... Alright, fdisk. Delete. Partition 1. New. Partition 1. first sector. Nope, that is not a sector. That is a build command. Alright, screw it. I'll just type it. 227382. Last sector. Do not remove that signature. Right. Okay. Okay, online resizing required. Hey, look, we have disk space. Okay, cool. That worked. It was annoying, but that did work. I don't remember which sets we already extracted, so... Oh, no, hold on. That wasn't what we were doing. Sudo dpack configure A, so, yeah, there it goes. Oh, and the sun is now reflecting through the front window and right into my eyes. All right, copy, paste. Okay, so now do I have GCC? Yep, I do have GCC. I have admit, I have seriously considered having another go. Let me turn this off. Ooh, that's bright. Another go at trying to, all right, history build source. So this will build the tool chain. Hold on. Oh, you know, the glare is getting right in my face. Hold that thought. 'Cause I... That will be less annoying. I mean, that's great in the afternoon, but during the day, it's... During the morning, that gets annoying. Alright. And you know, the currents are just cracked just enough to annoy me, but you know, I'm not going to fix it past this point. Okay. And now I'm just watching the lag. I'm literally watching myself close the kerns on the stream. Alright. Build.sh source serve. Hey, there we go. Now it's building the new GCC. Cool. And then it failed. Why did you fail? Oh, needs... Oh, boy. Turnkey installation, this is not, but at least it's not slow. GCC. Alright, so now we need the sources package list. Sudo app update. Okay. We did have some success. We just don't have... We managed to start it, and then it went down in flames. But we did manage to start it, so... We're basically working with what we can right now. Why is this still having problems? NB config... What? Fatal error, NB config... Let me do this without a J option, because... And we'll also do this from a clean build folder. Alright, so that's all building, and then it falls over. Alright, so zlib. And then the compile falls over because it's looking for MBT tool. Like, what is this? I'm probably missing a dependency, but it's really not giving me a lot to work on. Paste and search. mbpref. Did I not? Oh, maybe I didn't extract all the archives? I thought I did. The file it's looking for is mbtool.config. Let me make sure I don't have it. mbtool config. It's not looking promising. Alright, so let's go back to get the source. Obtaining the source code. Grabbed all that. Should have 5 folders. I didn't download xsource, but I probably should have. GNU source, share source, source, and syssource. Oh, the file is there. Tools compat. Interesting. All right, so hold on. Special notes for only platforms which have tested and build listed here. All programs must build, blah, 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 blah. Host must provide the following. Wow, that is ancient. Linux. Ncurse's development. That hasn't been tested in a long time. Assuming it's fine. But you do support Solaris 11. Well, Solaris 11's been out for a long time, so maybe that's not such a big deal. NetBSD source is not defined built. zlib must be compatible. Am I supposed to build this? I don't think so, but let's check build.config. Alright. Let's see, our tools, compat, no, alright. Bash configure prefix user? I guess that works. Alright. Now that I've run that configure script, let's see if that helps. Because maybe I just have to copy that header somewhere. Alright, so now that's building. And now you die of a completely different error, sys feature test. Oh, I have this horrible feeling I probably... Wow, this is just kind of annoying. Build depend, building config manually, working tool chain, tools about, information about them, non-root user, parallel builds, host core, like, let's see what else build.sh has. This is an E1. That the model of this machine is an E1. Okay, all right. Set machine is machine to mock, build directory, inclusion on CD-ROM, disk image, modules, run build, help wrapper, tools. It is entirely possible that this is bit rotted. Like, NetBSD used to be quite good at cross-compiling, but it is entirely possible that this is basically bit rotted to nothing. Show the commands that would be executed, set to reproducible builds, remove contents before building. None of that actually helps. Okay. Live image, sets, modules, kernel, tools. I think there's bit rot here, unfortunately, but let's see what we can do with it. Like, I'm not going to give up that easily. All right, so it's really wants this one header. Let's find feature test.h. sys. Public domain. So I think this include path is probably a little screwed up. Because this is testing a whole bunch of macros. User include sys. Yeah, so that doesn't exist. Alright, so what did it blow up on? Like, what is it trying to build that it couldn't? Projects. Okay, so user source, feature tests, blah, 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 blah. So let me grab that and let's take a look. I had a distinct feeling. You know what? I think we just have to copy that header file and just live with it. Okay. So sys feature test. I hate messing with system headers, but I don't mind blowing away this VM after this. All right, let's see if that helps. All right, so it's still filling. No, okay, same build failure. So let's then get rid of the file I just copied. Do I not? Oh, I don't actually have that folder. Hold on. Include sys. I installed Build Essential. I should be able to build packages. And I can install, what is it? Linux libc dev. Okay, that is installed. So shouldn't I have a user sys folder? Like, that seems like a thing I should have. Well, I feel like I'm missing parts of this because I'm also missing the bits folder. So there's definitely something here that should be installed and is not. Probably when things ran out of memory. What would it be? It would be lib6. I think it would be 6.1. No, it would be 6 dev. Apt reinstall. Well, that created the sys folder that was not there. I probably also now have a bits folder. No, I don't. All right, something got incredible. All right, you know what? Hold on. Sudo apt remove star.dev. Well, let's just blow it away and try again. Build essential. Yeah, just remove it all. Best guess of what actually went wrong. Okay, so that's going to download and reinstall it all. Now, do I have something more usable? Alright, I feel like I'm losing my mind. Alright, hold on. Packages, ubuntu.com. Like, does this header actually exist? No, this header does not actually exist. It... I feel like I'm... Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh, that's right. This is multi-arch. Damn it. Oh, yeah, that... Okay, because... Ubuntu and Debian do some annoying. Sorry, it's not annoying. They do things to the system tool chain that no other distribution does. So it does break things it doesn't expect it. All right, and Chad had a good suggestion. Let me try putting this in user local. User local include. All right. Now I saw a build failure. What did it fail? All right, you know, I'm going to just patch this header because obviously it's not having it. Like, can I get away with just, oh, I don't know, doing that? I might. Like, I'd be surprised. Sometimes you can get away with some. Well, yeah, it got farther. Okay, so it couldn't find that file now. Yeah, this is probably bit rotted. Like, this probably worked at one point, but it's been quite a long time since that. All right, let's see if we have any chance of, I don't know, making this work. Do I have BSD make? Sometimes it's bmake. I do have bmake, but that doesn't help me that much. Must provide cross-compiling build a complete build.sh. Packages must be installed. I mean, yeah, I don't think anyone's tried this in decades. Which means my options would be to install NetBSD on something or try and fix it. But I don't even have the right copy of make. This is all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Let me see here. Do I have, like, in the object directory, do I have any tools that it successfully built? Well, I did actually build this. And yeah, that actually did build. So let me see if I can build this compat folder by hand. Maybe I can coax this into working, because, well, it's doing something. Tools, binstall, xinstall, not found. So it did actually build all that, which is probably a good sign. And for once, I can remember that you can do that. Okay, so where did you die? Yeah, you're still dying here. You're still trying to build the compact folder. You build object, create, make wrapper, created. Yeah, so it runs through the entire build and then basically falls over. All right, let's see if we can just modify this slightly. I'm going to, you know what, I'll give this another 5 minutes. If I don't start getting anywhere, I'll probably just grab a Linux kernel and see how far we can get with this. Or get with that. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to work. Oh, actually, it did get farther. It's really unhappy, is the words I'm going with here. But maybe we can coax this in the building? Like, I should have this file, though. System.endian.h. Alright, well, let's keep going with the hand-holding. System.endian.h. Like, let me make sure this file does not exist. Yeah, this file is definitely supposed to exist. libc.s. Yeah, it's right there. Alright, so then if I just do... Oh, I don't know, that... Is that enough to coax it? Okay, where did it die this time? Different file, so we are actually making progress on this, so yay. I have to admit, I'm just kind of fascinated at this point to see how far we can actually take this. And now we get here. You know, I just had a better idea. Let me just do include util.h like that. Because apparently it doesn't actually need that file, so if I just put an empty file there, it should be happy. Yeah, actually, that actually did work. User local include sys, and then what file are you looking for? Feature test. Touch user local include sys feature test.h. I have actually done toolchain development before, so this isn't completely new to me. It's just been many years. This is a broken build environment, though. That I will say for sure. All right, md5.h, like this probably is going to have some serious linking issues, but and we can just obliterate this folder once we're done with it. Oh, I saw a whole bunch of failures that time. Oh, that file it actually cares about. Well, that's a little annoying. All right, find name vis.h. Let me just look at this build.sh, because obviously, let's see here, include, make release, includes, let me make sure it's actually trying to cross-compile, because this feels like it's not trying to cross-compile. If host OS you know what, hold on, and then I should host sh. That's not what actually that's not what I'm looking for. Host OS. Find information about the build platform. So all of that is correct. Create, you know what? Let me just get rid of the tools and let me just see what it does. Like, let me just tell it to do the full build. No, that doesn't work. Tools, clean directory, modules, kernels, sets, install image, install image. I have my doubts, but the release binaries, okay, I have that. Like, look here. See how it's looking for make config in this path? Yeah, file not found. Everything else it did successfully find. Updated make wrapper. Release binaries must have been built like that. So cross compile. Changing build behavior, building the user land, release. First tool chains built in the kernel. Attempt to rebuild the using update saves in time. Configuring the kernel manually. Building the kernel manually. Turns away and spits out kernel. So this is how you build the tool chain. You know, let's just try building exactly what it wants, which is this, the AArch64 one. Maybe that's part of the problem. Like, let's just rule out this being a broken prep build. Nope, that breaks exactly the same way. Or does it? Hold on. What was the actual build failure? Actually, the failure looks like it might be different. All right, hold on. Hold the boat. Let's do a clean. Delete the object directory. And is there a tool? Yeah, let's just delete the object directory. Let's get rid of the stuff I did in user local include. Well, that works. Nope, never mind. I spoke too soon. Yeah, and it dies with exactly the same build failure messages. Okay. This is bit rotted. All right. Let's... All right. If that's the case, then we need to figure out how we're going to... we need to build the prep kernels this system can use. And the easiest way we can do that... Oh, that would be an accursed thing to do. Yeah, we're going to do that. All right. So there is a trick to this. Cum system... No, hold on. Cum... We use cum user static. And then this should have extracted... I don't remember where this extracts to. Which cum PowerPC static... Hold on. Which cum PPC static? There. Alright. Cat binutil. I really hope that's installed, because I don't actually know. We're going to try and run the chroot through here. It's not 100% needed, but it would make my life just a little easier. Alright, so if that's not going to work, let's try this. Chroots. Sudo deb bootstrap. Arch PowerPC foreign. Oh yeah, that's not going to work correctly. Damn it. Hold on. This is too old to understand the foreign command, which is used for cross bootstrapping. I think I'm going to have to find boot floppies, because boot floppies will tell me what I need to build that image. So I guess we have to go into the pool. And that would be under B. Look at all the old pack. Wow, that is lagging. All right, so boot floppies. You should be in here. There it is, boot floppies. And yeah, so this is the Debian installer documentation. This is the predecessor to Debian install, and this will basically tell me everything I need to know on how to make a bootable floppy for this machine. All right, boot floppies. PowerPC specials. Boot args. Prep. Alright, so that's everything we need to know about that. Let's see here. So how do we get the bootloader? Is that cough boot? See, I see Yaboot. I see a bunch of other stuff. Let's find... there should be a Debian... Hold on. Where else do we have... Oh, there it is. Boot.prep. That's probably... Prep boot script. Here we go. Here we go. Build portable prep images. So this talks about building the kernel. Patch the kernel source code. Enable kernel auto... Okay, so this does a whole lot of things. Patch this kernel source code. Add the RAM disk. Fix the .config file. So that changes the command line. So I guess I just need to compile this kernel. It's a pretty ancient kernel, but I think that makes sense. So what version of the kernel do you actually want? Like, where are you getting Kber? Oh, that didn't help. Boot.prep. Okay, so I think that would be here in config. So for PowerPC... PowerPC 2.2.20. So that would be under K kernel source. Well, that didn't work. Should be there, but maybe not. Alright. Here we go. Kernel source code 2.2.20. So now we need to grab the components of this because I need that. Once I have a kernel built that I know works, we can then upgrade the kernel. Although I have no idea if the current Linux kernels can run on something of this vintage. Oop, that ain't right. Copy link address. Paste. There we go. And we also need the def file and the description file. Okay. Dpack source. Yeah, it's in dpack dev. Okay. Dpack source, kernel source, like that. All right, so here is the kernel that Debian built for this machine. Where are the configs? There's no configs there. Boot floppies. Tools incoming. Yeah, so this is all part of the Debian build infrastructure. You're never supposed to build this package locally, but as you can tell that there are some exceptions to that rule. So boot prep. So where are you getting the config script from? Patch kernel source code. Kernel patches. PowerPC config.prep. Alright, so do we have the config file for this? No, apparently not. Because, you know, of course, that would be too easy. Alright, so where's boot floppies get its configs from? Those will be listed in Debian control, but I won't be able to read it that way. Alright, let's see here. So, this is everything this needs to build. There's the kernel source code. This is really hard to look at. Syslinux, Deb Bootstrap, whole bunch of other stuff. I can't easily... Oh yeah, you do have a working... I have to admit, I kind of would like to figure this out for myself. If I need help, I'll grab it on Discord, but I would like to actually figure this one out for myself. Because this is a good learning experience, if nothing else. But I do appreciate that. Okay. Mostly because knowing how Humpty Dumpty goes together is useful. I guess this would be kernel patch... Because we did see that there was that kernel patch directory here. And I wonder if this is what we need. What were the other ones? Target GZ. And oh yeah, this is a Debian native. I don't actually need anything else. Kernel patch. Hopefully this has the config files. Oh, there it is. Prep. Yep, there it is. Config.prep. Awesome. All right, so prep. So then now we throw that into kernel source. There is a PowerPC compiler, but I think I want to try and use the period correct one. So I guess we're going to have to build... well, hold on. I don't specifically... Let's hear it. Let me figure out what versions have been utilized. I don't need to be perfect on this. I just... You know what? I can be really lazy on this. Let's use CrossTool. Like, if we just do an old compiler with CrossTool, it will work fine. Because we're just building the kernel. We're not trying to build the whole thing. All right, so crosstool.ng. They have... I remember when, like, CrossTool was such a big deal when it came out. Like, it used to be very arcane bull to do a cross compiler. And this type of cross compiler is so standard, I don't need to think about it. All right, Flex Bison. Wow, really? You need make info? Oh, what is make info in? Text info. I don't know. The GNU info system is like, it was a good idea. Well, I don't even know if I want to call it a good idea. Sooner or later, I will get all the dependencies. I really am chipping away at this, aren't I? libtool. Wait a minute, I installed libtool bin, of course. Libtool. Ncurses. Is it lib ncurses? Yeah, it is. 5.dev. Hey, there we go. Make. Alright. Because this, I need a bunch of things that are beyond build essentials. So, okay. Alright, ctng, and now we just need to, I think we just need to make a new folder, crosstool. CT and G menu config. Alright, for the most part, I just don't care. There's only a handful of things we really care about, which is the target. Target options. We are not targeting alpha. Maybe another day, but not today. PowerPC. ABI should be fine. Big Endian, 32-bit. I don't think I need to put a tuning option in. Floating point should not matter. Like, PowerPC hasn't changed much over the decades, and the kernel will fix a lot of the things. Alright. So all that's fine. Operating system is Linux. I want a very old Linux. How old can I go? 3.2 is fine. Alright. Yeah, that's all fine. Binary utilities. Yeah, that's all fine. C library. That's fine. I prefer a GCC that's somewhat older, so 650 will probably be less pain. Alright, I think we can let that rip. Alright, now we wait. Nope. Download failed. Like, why did you fail? Apparently it just doesn't exist there. Okay, menu config. Hold on. Companion libraries. zlib. Okay, let's grab it from Git then, because apparently that is supported. Or apparently it's not supported. Okay. Because we don't have Git installed, of course. And hopefully cross tool is going to be easy. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Now it's downloading it all. Alright, so now we just wait for the cross compiler to build. It's a lot easier than actually having to port GCC to a new target. Now, hopefully this tool chain will be flexible enough I can actually build the kernel with it. Alright. So, we could play NetHack, but I think I just want to wait until the actual build starts. This is probably going to take about 10-15 minutes. So it's extracting, doing all the patching. Okay. Yeah, screw it. I think this is only going to take a few minutes. Like, I've got 12 cores to throw at this thing. It should be relatively fast. I've never played, I've never really gone to Dungeon. We should do another downtime stream. Like, it's been a while since we've just done a fun one. Because last December, I was just working on projects. January and February, I've been dealing with other stuff. Like, this is the first time I feel like I've come up for air for it in a while. Alright, so now it's building all the host stuff. So that's the GNU multi-precision library. Probably one of the more cursed libraries inside GCC. Like, I've had to look under the hood of GMP, and whoo boy, that is a code base. I could actually play a Loathing game. I could actually play Kingdom of Loathing. Except I don't have my password manager on the Pi, and I really don't want to put it on the Pi, because the nice thing about the Pi is that this is a completely fresh install. I don't have to accidentally worry about information leakage, so there's that. I don't remember what ISL is. That's one of the newer dependencies for GCC. Okay. did it already do end curses? Oh, I will say that last weekend I did play through Disco Elysium, and that was an amazing game. Like, I don't typically get into most RPGs anymore. Like, I dragged my way through Fallout New Vegas. I didn't finish it. I did enjoy it, but I'm not a big fan of the open world ones. But Disco Elysium really did it for me. And I'm not going to spoil it, obviously, but it's not often that I get to an end of the game and I just kind of sit there and have to think about it. I don't want to say it's as big of a mind screw as, like, say, I don't know, Neon Genesis Evangelion, but oh boy, it gets screwy at points. Okay. We were going to try NetBSD and failed. I could actually do Dwarf Fortress. Not on a Pi, obviously, but I used to play a stupid amount of DF back in the day. Yeah, we're currently building a GCC cross compiler so we can build Linux kernel 2.2, because 2.2 we know works, and then we can try newer ones, because maybe that's how we will end this stream, is we will try and start, I think Ubuntu killed their PowerPC port, or the 32-bit one, but we could try starting a much more recent one. 128 megabytes should be enough, but let's wait. Yeah, I don't think this is going to take too long. Like, I think at the moment I'm just going to sit here and watch the build. I should have put, like, Verbose 1 on, and I just heard all the fans on App Solutions spin up, so yeah, it's doing stuff. I don't have this in screen, or I could just run htop. I have thought about, you know, like, I gotta tell you, I've, like, gotten some really weird YouTube recommendations as of late. Like, YouTube, for whatever reason, started recommending old school RuneScape content, and I don't think I've actually touched RuneScape since, like, 2003. Like, I remember playing it once or twice, and I just never got into it, but watching Ultimate Iron Man content for RuneScape has been, like, surprisingly relaxing, because, and it's like, I don't know, a few weeks ago at this point, I've picked up my old Minecraft obsession. I actually played through, it's modded Minecraft 1.12, the pack is Dimensional Hopper, and it starts you in the Twilight Forest, and you must complete the progression as it was originally intended. No flight, no access to enchanting, just iron gear, and whatever you can salvage out of chests. And I gotta tell you, that was probably one of the best goes of Minecraft I've had. I actually did a lot more than you have to. I actually went all the way to the final plateau, which is unnecessary. Yeah. So, like, assuming I could actually get this system to work, yeah, well, it only built that in 3 minutes. Assuming we can get this system working, we could try a cross Linux from scratch for it, which was kind of what I wanted to do with the Spark. Well, I wanted to do a full Debian port, or sorry, Ubuntu port for that one. But we could have some fun with this. Like, I could see us doing a couple of good charity streams. Incidentally, if you enjoyed this content, I just realized my little banner for it is not on screen. But if you have enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you've really enjoyed this content, please consider supporting the channel by supporting me on Patreon, Ko-fi, or Super Chat. And hopefully by the time the next stream goes, I will have YouTube membership set up. It's just one of those things that I keep putting off. And, okay, there. Now the key's in. Okay. So now it's building the C library. So the one of the deep magic parts of GCC is building the cross compiler from scratch. So what this did is it built a minimal C compiler. Now it's building glibc. Now it's going to build the full GCC, and then it's going to rebuild glibc, and then I will have a cross compiler. But I do admit that one of the big projects I want, like, I do want to do I am going to finish the OS2 project. I have to get these things set for VCF, because VCF is a very big event for me. half the machines that I've demonstrated on my channel all came from VCF. And there's going to be a lot of really interesting exhibits. Like, I don't know if they've posted it publicly yet, but they sent the exhibit floor plan after I was accepted for my exhibit. So I know what's going to be there, and this is going to be a really good show this year. And obviously, of course, you know, I'll be there. A bunch of other, you know, I forgot to end that poll. There we go. I never, you know, flat packs I find better than snaps, but I consider the fact that maybe I just had a bad Ubuntu 22.04 installed, but I've had a lot of problems getting this running in Azure, excluding the self-inflicted, I made the hard drive too small. So, I don't know. Like, I went to Windows out of duress. Like, I have pretty much given up any faith of desktop Linux in this day and age because, like, RHEL is phoning it in for the very few people who probably use RHEL on a desktop, and Ubuntu, I just think it's getting worse and worse after each release. Like, I don't know who's running QA on their desktop images. What's LTX? Okay. As we get closer to 9, my viewer count's dropping off as people go to work. Okay. Like, I remember, you know, like, if we were to do this on the Pi, this would probably take... Oh, God, that is some cursed... That is just a cursed font. I don't even want to think about doing that. No, I would do it for charity. We could act, if I was really determined to do it for charity, we could Canadian cross a compiler. And if you know what that is, I am legitimately sorry. No one should know what Canadian crossing a compiler is. My laptop is a MacBook, but that's more because Apple's battery life is unchallenged. The desktop is running Windows 11. So the COVID stimulus check I got is what built this desktop, and then I've obviously thrown more components in it since then. But I built this as a mid-range gaming computer, and I've been uncomfortably bumping up into some limits. So I think when my channel gets past 50,000, I'm probably going to go much more serious on my video cards. I probably will go for a dual GPU thing for Blender, because I probably am going to end up making a video on this VCF project. Okay. I had no plans on going to a Linux Tech Tips conference. Let's see here. Okay, so where did you actually install to? Actually, where did you install to? .build, or do you like need to do a CT? We did build. How do we do the next step? All right, documentation. Building the toolchain. Build the toolchain. Using the toolchain. Here we go. So, I guess you got installed somewhere, but I'm not seeing where you got installed. Okay, hold on. CT ng menu config. Where did I put you? Okay, you're in my home directory, aren't you? Xtools, PowerPC. Okay, export path. Okay, there's our cross compiler. All right, so now the $1 million question comes: can we build the kernel? So this would be just make arch PowerPC cross-compile PowerPC unknown Linux hyphen oh, it's PPC, not PowerPC. Kernel patch config prep.config. Okay. Did that really build that fast? Probably not. Oh yeah, because what is it? VM. Maybe I think I have to probably run menu config. You probably need an old ncurses, don't you? Ncurses 5.dev. Yeah, you're already installed. Let's just try basic config. Maybe that's enough. Or old config is what I actually need. Old config. Make. All right. Make Z image. That's a when it doesn't recognize flags like this, that is always concerning, but let's just remove the flags and hope for the best. Ooh, that's a lot of build warnings. Okay. Does this not support cross-compiling? Like, is this too old? Oh, maybe, hold on, is it it's not cross-compiler, it's cross-compile. Yeah, that's what it is. Probably shouldn't have removed those flags. Let's see here, hold on. Cross-compile. Cross-compile. Linux.config, no. Okay, so why are you having so many problems? CC equals that, and then you just completely fall over. Alright, so if I want to use a tool chain, there's the path, cross-compile chost. Oh, hold on, I probably need to install headers first. Prefix temp Linux. You know what? That's not where I want to put that. Home. What is it called? Is it headers install? It's slightly different than the current version, and it's been so long since I've done this. Alright, hold on. You know, there is a README file. I should probably read it. Do make Z image. GCC new enough. A out with this kernel, make Z image as modules, keep it backup, make install. Menu config. Oh, wait. On these really old ones, you had to do make M proper, or it would blow up in very strange and unusual ways. That I actually do. I should have remembered that. So now I can get the config file, kernel patch, configs prep, config, make arch ppc old config. All right, so that does all that configuration. Now, if we do this, okay, so why do you scripts PowerPC? Config.linux, no file directory. What? Make depend. Yeah, you're right. Depend was a step in here. Depend. Not that it makes a difference. PowerPC. We could try a later. You know what? Let me grab a kernel off kernel.org because maybe that will be less painful. Like, let's try a 2.4 kernel because a 2.4 kernel we should still be able to get small enough. Releases. Because we can netboot these kernels. Like, hold on. Alright, Linux kernel archives. Like, if we want in releases. Here we go. Historic versions. That's a little too historic. How about something? Oh, I don't know. 2. Oh, not 2.5. Let's not go with a development snapshot. Let's go with a 2.4 kernel. Let's like get something a little less obsolete if we can. What was the last 2? All right, let's try 2.4.37. Because that should be old enough that I can just... Alright, CP kernel source config here. Make arch ppc silent old config, so it just updates it. Oh, is that not a thing in this version? That must have come later. Alright, and now I just hold down the enter key for a bit. Okay. Just keep on. There we go. Alright, so make depends. Make dep. GCC greater GCC great. You know what? I actually remember this bug. I remember this bug. This was a Linus email. Oh man, this one it was a bug. I actually do remember this. I wonder if there's a comment in the header file explaining this, because if this is what I think it is, somewhere in the middle of GCC. I don't know how much I actually care. Yeah, I'm just going to kind of YOLO this. Well, I tried to YOLO this. think we've got some linker trouble. It's kind of annoying. Multiple definitions first declared here. Am I really going to have to build an old GCC? Like, is it really going to make me do this? It would actually make me do this. Like, I really don't want to do this. Yeah, screw it. In for a penny, in for a pound. Alright. CD toolchain, NCP, NCP.org. So be it. Pub bin utils. Alright, fine. So let's get like bin utils. Alright, bin utils. Yeah, I could do that, but setting up a VM right now would be kind of annoying, so I'm going to just do it this way right now. Apparently because people also like watching me do this. Alright, I'll grab free.free because we don't need the full toolchain, we just need the C compiler. So it shouldn't be that bad, I hope. Maybe. Alright, let me log out and log back in because I don't want garbage in the path. Alright. Bin utils. Target PowerPC Linux. That really should be it. Okay. Alright, I guess I'm YOLOing a C compiler. Oh well. Not the strangest thing I've done today. Alright, so that's building. Fingers crossed this all works. I still have to do a bunch of stuff to like get all the issues out, but this shouldn't be super horrible, I hope. Question mark. There is actually a second way I could have done this, but oh well. Let me think about how we're going to get the base necessities. We actually need a bootstrapped system, don't we? Shit. Alright, so that handles the tool chain. Yeah, I could have... Oh, you really, like... Alright. So, does this mean I have... Yeah, okay, I do have that. Sudo deb bootstrap. Dapper. We'll use Dapper as the sysroot, which was Ubuntu 6.06. Toolchain, sysroot. Alright. Arch, PowerPC, foreign, Dapper, archive, ubuntu.com, Ubuntu ports. Or maybe it's just Ubuntu. Maybe, hopefully it's there. Archive.ubuntu.com. Just close some tabs. Alright, so Ubuntu. Dapper should be here. Oh no, it's old releases. It's not archive. Archive is Debian. There we go. Alright, so let that do what it has to do. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to go a little bit mad doing this. Like, but you know what? it keeps people entertained. Like, I have 130 people watching me build a C compiler. Hopefully we'll manage this today. If not, I'll take a crack at it sometime this week. But I've got a pretty good idea. Problem is I've got a hard stop coming up in about an hour and a half. So, gotta work quickly. If we don't succeed here, I will install NetBSD in a VM between streams, and we will try that again. So you have something to look forward to if this doesn't actually work. Okay, so that's successfully debootstrapped. Let's see if I can remember what I have to do now. If I chroot here, yeah, no file directory. Which cum static, or hold on, which cum PowerPC static? Alright, sysroot user bin. Now, if I'm lucky, this will just work. Oh, it actually did. Check that out. So now we can do debootstrap, second stage, and that will set up the chroot. Cool. So now we're using userland emulation. Like, this is usually not going to work very well. Well, you know, it's gone a lot better in the last few years, so maybe it will, but yeah. So now we're running cum in emulation, Linux in userland emulation. So this lets me kind of cheat with both hands to set up a toolchain. Like, there's a much more longer and annoying way that doesn't use emulation. Okay. Alright. You can definitely see it's running a lot slower because the emulation performance. Okay. And hopefully it doesn't crash. I have had this deadlock in the past. The bootstrap is for handling for that. Words hard. Oh, you know what? I know exactly what happened. I gotta kill a config file. Hold on. Lib dpack info. I remember this. I think I've got to delete the post-install script and maybe also the pre-install script. Alright, let's see if that is. Like, I just need app to work. I don't need a lot of the brain. And I could go get the necessary packages by hand and extract them. Because I would really only need Linux libc, libc6.dev, and like one or two other ones, but this is quite a bit more convenient. Okay. That's configuring. You know, I just had to... Oh, you are going to really be a pain about this, aren't you? Alright, var lib dpack info. Oh, shit. Hold on. Is it really going to make my life miserable over this? Can I do dpack? Because everything should be already extracted. If I do apt archive, where does it put it? Is it apt? Alright, yeah, that works. Yeah, okay, that works. Not exactly an elegant solution to the problem, but good enough. Actually curious what NeoFetch would say if I ran it on this, because it would identify as a PowerPC system. I mean, we can do that. Let's let this finish setting up, though. Okay. All that's going. I'm not even going to bother fixing Perl. I'm just going to grab exactly what I need, and we are going to GTFO as soon as this finishes setting up. This is old enough when RiserFS was still supported in the core system. Okay. And hopefully this does not have... this predates multilib, so it shouldn't have any weird, stupid problems. We're trying to build a custom kernel so I can net boot this blasted thing, because I'm really running out of options to dump this hard drive. Like, I could do it if I wrote a custom C application, but the other possibility is I grab one of like one of the other Macs I have and I put Linux on that. Oh wow, that was not happy. Yeah, it's not happy at all. That pretty much went. Damn it. This is why using the userland emulation is never particularly good. Although you might actually be able to now. You might be able to do it. Let me try this. apt-get install linux libc dev. Hold on. App. Was that not what it was called in this version? Build essential. You know, just grab all that. Okay, so apparently it was just called Linux kernel headers and lib6.dev. And as long as it just extracts it all, that's good enough for us. I'm just doing this as a shortcut. It just makes my life a bit easier. Oh, that's why that's having problems. Hold on. I understand why that's having problems. I forgot to mount /proc. Mount t proc none proc. That explains it. That explains it quite well. Watch, I bet this actually sets up now. Or maybe not. Well, the cross compiler will get us that, but we need the chroot to make the cross compiler less painful. Because otherwise, I'm going to have to build glibc and company. You know, I can just Control-C that. This should get me enough of the files. All right. Do I have GCC? I do have GCC. Do I have user include? I do. Okay, cool. So now I should be able to build GCC. Alright, so GCC build. We only need the C, like we only need a C compiler. So prefix up toolchain target PowerPC Linux enable languages C with sysroot up toolchain sysroot go. Alright, so let that build the cross compiler. Oh, that failed. Right, trying to build new compiler with old compiler. Trying to build old compiler with new compiler. We're not really getting all that far with this, are we? Alright. Let me think about this, because obviously we've now hit 2 blasted road maps. You know what? There's almost no chance this works. Is it possible we could boot a modern kernel on this? Like, I don't think it is, but you know what? I'm willing to try. Apt source Linux, because I know chirp still works, so there is a possibility. Linux kernel, no, that's not it. Is it Linux? It's Linux generic, that's what it's called. Linux generic. You know, I will just grab it from kernel.org. It will be less annoying that way. Alright, let me grab, like, I guess I'll grab a 5.0 kernel. Let's just see if it works. And like I have the, like I said, there is the working root FS. Oh, Gentoo has a working one. That's actually true. Hold on. A Gentoo stage free would work perfectly. Gentoo stage free. Well, actually, I really just need the kernel. Like, I have a working cross compiler. I just can't build an old kernel with it without going through some pain. Wow, this is lagging a little bit. Like, this is probably paging out. Oh, probably... Close window. We don't need Wireshark running. Hey, look! System performance. Alright, there we go. Let's grab... kernel 2.9. There we go. Oh, wow, that is downloading slow. I don't even know if prep support is still in the mainline kernel. Like, I have absolutely no idea. I've never tried. I don't even know if I've ever built a kernel from scratch for PowerPC. Like, I must have at one point, because my first Linux experiences were all on PowerPC. But if I did, then I am talking about something I literally did 20 years ago. Actually, no, my first Linux... was my first Linux experience 20 years ago? No, I think I probably started on x86. Alright, I don't even know, like, this is going to be fascinating if this actually works. .config, make arch ppc, silent old config. Okay, I was right. They did actually change it at one point. Alright, I guess I have to do old config. Alright, well, let's do it. This is not looking promising. Okay, hold on. If we do menu config, is it even loading this? General setup, processor support, except, yeah, that is correct. We're not targeting a 601. We have AltVec 32-bit. That is all correct. We don't need SMP. Platform support. I think prep support got removed from the kernel. Yeah, see, there's chirp, but there's no prep. So what was the last Linux kernel that supported prep? That's actually kind of annoying. I always get annoyed when they rip out support, but so be it. What's the actual name of the config option? No, it is actually called config.prep. Linux config prep PowerPC. Like, what was the last kernel that supported this? Okay, so it looks like 2.6 supported it. So, let's grab a 2.6 kernel. 2.6 should be quite a bit easier to build, I hope. Because 2.6 was a long supported version. In fact, maybe at this point it's no longer the most common kernel, but 2.6 had a long life and it was used in embedded even longer. So if you count all embedded devices, there's probably still quite a few running 2.6 kernels. S390 is System 390. Those are IBM mainframes running Linux. Alright, so make Arch PowerPC menu config. Alright, let's take a look. Alright, so platform support is... I'm not seeing prep support here. Okay, so it probably was removed before 2.6. Let's go back in time. So let's go to like 2.15. Like, what is the latest possible kernel I can run? Because there is also a second advantage to doing this. Alright, hold on. Because this will get me a considerably less garbage NFS implementation. Mixed what? That's a new one. Mixed implicit depreciated syntax? I did see that right. Yeah, no, I did actually see that. What is this sorcery? Like, you're kidding me. Like, I have a glibc dependency here. Okay. I'm starting to go a little bit. Give me a moment here because I'm just... This is fine. This is fine. Fine. You know what? We need an old tool chain. You know... It's fine. All right. What would... You know what? Precise probably would be fine. That would be... No, Precise is probably too new. I'll just go with Dapper. But we'll just do it from... Because... Oh, no, because then I'd have to build a new cross-compiler. Actually, that would be easier to do it that way, so you know what? Old releases, done Ubuntu, because then I'll have a period correct version of GCC, yeah, that this would actually work out fine. It's more annoying than what I would really want to do, but yeah, this is already proving to be a somewhat more annoying project. This was bad. Linus, a lot of the Linux cross-compiling infrastructure got improved. Originally, with the very old Linux ports, most people... Cross-compiling wasn't super common in the early days. It got more common as embedded got better and better. But it's why it's always been a little bit... Okay. I don't think I've built these type of chroots since I was doing... I actually did patches for Dapper when it was still a supported release. I have... Wow, that is... I probably, if I install the right packages, I could probably still find my name in the change logs. Okay, well, there are some advantages to this because at least now I have like a package manager and period correct tools. Let that all download. All right, so that gives me... What version of GCC was that? 4.0. Okay, yeah, that will work. Term... Alright, so let's try this again. Okay, so... Let me think about this. So we still need the... So that gives me the basic build system. How am I going to get my cross tool chain? I still actually have that one, so you mount op toolchain. Yep, there we go. Op toolchain sysroot dapper here. Now I should have, yes, I do. I now have that build directory. So now what we can do is go into source apt-get source bin utilities. And now we can get all nice period correct versions of all these tools. There we go. One down. My make directory command had a typo. I don't see a typo. Well, I'll find it when I get to it. I find it funny you said that right as I said that. Okay, so that's there. Source. GCC. All right, GCC 4. I think what this stream should be retitled to is how many times can I rebuild GCC in a single stream? Don't make me do this. Damn it. apt-get install build scripts. Not build scripts, dev scripts, because I need dpack build packages. Oh, that was... Damn it, that was not what I wanted to do. Frig. Alright, DSC, and then app build dep. GCC 4.0. Alright, so I'll grab all the dependencies. Honestly, I would love to try building like very old Linux and then see how many times I can upgrade through. Well, period correct via chroot will do the trick. I don't need to be in a VM. Alright, let me just let's just wait until it gets configured, because I'm just going to let this do the easy part. And I'm not going to fix the locales problem. That just requires a whole bunch of work. Alright, now I can Control-C that. PowerPC Linux, op, toolchain, with sysroot, enable languages, let's see. Oh, no, hold on, I didn't see that. Export path, opt, toolchain, bin. Yeah, okay, there we go. God, I remember doing this, and this taking so much longer. Like, you could never use a J8. I don't actually have a genuine 386, and the cursed 486 has so many problems. Oh, no. Warning, missing syntax error. Missing identifier CPP. Syntax error. Missing identifier. Why are you building that? You shouldn't be building that. Oh no, CPP is the C preprocessor, so why is that having a fit? Right, I don't think it's not cross-compiling here. This is it cross-compiling? No, that is using the system native compiler. GCC default CPP user tool tool includes sysroot/sysroot missing initializer. Okay, so why are you complaining about missing initializer? GCC CPP defaults. This is like a biarch thing, or possibly. Did they patch this? They may have patched this. Yes, they actually did install patches here. I have to back out. I have to back out the patches. Okay. This was in the very early days where they were getting ready for multi-arch, so no wonder that blew up trying to build a cross compiler. Let's not build the Ubuntu branch. Let's just build a bog standard one. Okay, alright, that's building. I'm tempted to try the 2.2 or 2.4 kernel again. Alright, that is actually building. Oh. Skipping, frig. Alright, with sysroot. Is it enable sysroot? Oh, maybe it's enable sysroot. GCC sysroot. Configure. Because that's obviously trying to run in the system library. Like, let me just confirm this is being as stupid as I think it is. Yeah, no, that's looking like it's running as about as stupid as it's thinking. Yeah. Skipping incompatible libc. Alright, file sysroot user libc. Oh. No, this is... Hold on. libc.so.60. Okay, so that is all correct. Sysroot. I feel like I should know this off the top of my head. All right, here with sysroot and I might need with build sysroot. Like I remember. Let's try with build sysroot. I'm not going to run it with J8 because I want to make sure it actually builds. Alright, so that's building the front end. I could probably build the kernel with just XGCC, but I really don't want to. Let's see how far this gets. So that's building the cross compiler, and then it keels over because it can't find... Oh, I know what I did. Oh, that was stupid of me. I know exactly what I did. I forgot to put a sysroot on this because I'm pretty sure the last 3 times we've done this, I usually do this as a single pass, not as a 2 pass. Oh, make this clean. Okay, hold on. Alright, so far so good. Make J8. I apologize that this stream apparently... Oh, you know, I'm just going to have to blow away this entire build directory. You know, I'm just going to go with the base vanilla bin utilities, no Ubuntu patches. Did that really just extract into the same folder? Well, it did, but at least that's not the end of the world. Make J8. I still think I made this stream, at least I have the Model M sounds to at least keep the stream interesting. A Motorola PowerStack was a computer made by the Motorola Computing Group as an attempt to break into the server market as part of the AIM Alliance. It's a pretty interesting machine. It was one of... I believe this is the only one that, like, they made directly. There was a PowerStack too, but it was just a rebadged machine from Bull. I think I just have to run make here. Like, I shouldn't actually have to do anything. Yeah, okay, that apparently is working. Yeah, okay, there we go. We are, in fact, building the tool chain. Alright, I found the problem. I really wish I had a Model F. I will be hunting one at VCF. Because the eBay prices, like, there are full-size Model Fs. I could probably get away with an 83 key one as long as I'm using it on the Pi. Okay. Oh, it compiled. It compiled. We have a period correct compiler. We almost had a period correct compiler. Why don't I have ranlib? I do have that. PowerPC ranlib. What? You should be able to run? What? Oh, right. I understand because I'm running it as root. God damn it. Oh, you know what? I am root. I can just do make install. Hold on. Like, I'm overcomplicating this. So now I should have PowerPC, Linux, GCC. Yes, and I do. And now I have the proper cross compiler. Now we can grab one of the kernel source codes. Let's grab the Linux 2.4. Alright, so Dapper, Linux 2.4, path up, toolchain bin, like that. Make Arch PowerPC old config. Alright, it was still PPC in this version. Okay. Make cross-compile PowerPC Linux. Oh, hold on. Make... First, reset the entire build directory. Please work. Invalid option, no red zone, C mode kernel. Oh, hold on. Arch PPC. Oh, what was it? Depths. Depends. Why am I not remembering the magic command to make it build? Okay, hold on. Arch PPC, and let me run menu config. Because now that we're on an old version, yeah, I can now do this. Install lib and curses. Like that. Good enough. So platform setup. Yeah, chirp support. Okay, maybe it was actually baked into the kernel at one point. Okay, well, today I learned. Oh wait, hold on. What was that about PowerStack? Such as Motorola PowerStack. Okay, so yeah, that's just basically generic. Maybe, you know, that would probably be a pretty interesting project. This is... I'm stuck in the menu. I can't get out. Oh, I don't want to make a... Oh, you know what? I could make a bzip image. It should be fine. So bzip image. Hey, it's compiling the kernel. Check that out. It is actually compiling the kernel. That is progress. This has been a lot more hoops than I expected it to be, but this is progress. And on this version, you do need the trailing hyphen. Okay, so now we are building the period correct version of the toolchain. And it built. Cool. PowerPC, boot, prep. What was the other target? I think that was the boot floppy. Make BZ disk. Yeah, I think that was... This makes a pre-made boot floppy. That would make my life quite nice. No target. Okay, well, that's fine. Arch, PPC, boot, prep. Was it under images? Zimage.prep, so that gives us... why does it say x86 boot sector. Yeah, it's probably fine. Alright, so ls. So let me get this copied over to the Pi. PPC boot images. Alright, you know what? Fine, I'll do it this way. Alright, boot, images. Alright, cool. Now, we should be able to just SCP this. Zimage.prep. What is the Pi? What is the Pi on the Wi-Fi? I don't remember its IP. You are what? Not 251. 241 on the Wi-Fi. 128.2.2.1.4. Apparently, I only allow access by. All right, then fine. LS. Then we'll grab it the other way. Copy. All right, so now SCP here. All right, so there's our recompiled kernel. So now let's hop here. Netboot DHCP. Zimage.prep. All right. Now we turn the PowerStack back on. The music playing is just the stream beats. What track is it? I can't even see it from here, so... Alright, let's see what happens. What you're seeing is almost 25 years of me using Unix. Like, the first Unix I ever used was IRIX. I actually have an SGI machine that I picked up 2 VCFs ago, and I still haven't actually turned it on. I will do it at some point. Alright, we should just be able to netboot. Although it may have... Oh, no, it remembers its settings. Okay, cool. That makes life easy. Let's see if it boots. Because if it boots, then all we gotta do is then give it a chroot, and we are good to go. Come on. Damn. Okay. So, now the question is what happened? Why did that go down in flames? Actually, I got a few other questions I got to answer in addition to that, so let's figure that out. So... that says this has a boot sector. I suspect that's not actually what we're supposed to try booting. Let me see if we can start one of the Debian boot floppies. Because that'll tell me which file I actually need. Of course, I am gambling that, like, this worked at one point. So let's grab into potato, main, disks power PC. Current prep. Let's just try this Linux image. And just to humor me, I am curious. Like, does this do anything different? This is the one from the Debian CD. If not, we can probably write this to a disk. I just have to figure out how to do that. That would be the make floppy command. Let's see. Because we did see one image netboot successfully. Yeah, that one actually netbooted, and then it dies horribly, but it did netboot. So, all right. So that means we're on the. I don't know if we're on the right track, but we're on a track. All right. So then, what the hell went wrong? So boot full. So those are both MBR partitions. That's pretty much what I would expect. What was the build? What was the boot failure? Was that? Well, okay, that's not going to work. What? It was invalid instruction, wasn't it? I wonder. Oh, hold on. Frig. GCC march. PowerPC. It's probably targeting the wrong march. Let's see here. We go not there. Did I really? Yeah, I probably closed out the tab, didn't I? All right. Here's the VM. What do we have here? So it does generate the zimage.prep, but it doesn't work. It is entirely possible that this is bit rotted. So let's try the 2.2 kernel. Because that is one we do know. Alright, let's turn this off for now. We do know that the 2.2 kernel should be able to run. Alright, I have only an hour left before I have to shut the stream down. Do I have a .config here? Yes. Because if I can get, what? Okay, oh, hold on. Make clean. So term xterm, check platform setup. Processor type is correct. I should not have saved that. Make z image. Warning, extra tokens at the end. So why are you not, like, compiling? So, generic hard disk, header file, 1992. What? Oh, hold on. Old config. MCPU. Okay, so then we'll... Alright, if MCPU is what I need... So it would be MCPU 604. What is the act? I just never remember. Actually, hold on. Can't you do PowerPC MCPU question mark? No, you cannot. No, I'm here. I'm here. I do see MCPU. I just don't remember the option you have to give it. Is it possibly MCPU? Can I do that? No. I just have to look it up. MCPU PowerPC 604. And I'll actually target a 603 just because it will be easier. Okay, so it looks like it's just MCPU 603. Okay. So if I want to use that with a kernel, I think I can just put in C flags, can't I? C flags. Yeah, I think I just have to do MCPU 604 and I'll just put it there. Make clean. Actually, let me make it 603. Just no, 604 should be fine. Okay, so MCPU 604. No, that kernel was the Debian binary. That was not the one I built. The one I built died with alignment issue. I just don't know how you get an alignment issue. Like, that just seems bizarre. Kernel. But, like, this could have also all bit rotted. Like, I can't imagine this was tested well, if at all. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, so scrolling up. Yeah, I definitely try... The ELF kernel probably won't work, but I'll try it after this, if nothing else. But you need the specific prep kernel, which... well, I don't want to say specific prep kernel specific, but it is. Alright. I think I'm going to be building NetBSD next stream. Alright, let's see. At least it's nice and lets me... Alright, so... File load in progress. Well, I could always write it to a floppy. But even the floppy kernel did a little bit better than what this managed. I think we're going to have to stay with a 2.2 kernel. Assuming I can build it, because... Yeah, and it dies with an alignment error. Alright. I could probably fix it if I had a debugger, which, admittedly, I do. I just have to figure out how to use ppcbug. So let's see if we can get that 2.2 kernel to build, because I think we're going to have better luck with that. So, is this kernel just, like, too new? Warning, extra tokens. Like, what is the actual label at end of compound signal? Okay, yeah, you are actually going to need an older tool chain, damn it. What was Dapper? What was Potato built with? GCC Potato. Because that, yeah, funny enough, Potato was the version I did the video on, 2.1. That is not the, that's not the Google search. That doesn't help me. Let me add the keyword Debian here. It's probably 2.9. Actually, I'm almost... No, it's actually 2.7. I know it's 2.7. Okay. Fine. Alright, let's see if we can do it this way. Debian, pool... Like... Let's, like, get a bin utilities that's, like, entirely ancient. Like, let's see... Well, bin utilities actually doesn't matter as much. I just care about GCC. So 295.27. Yeah, I'm guessing 295 will work. So let me grab Humpty Dumpty. I'm gonna have to make a new. That's a bit annoying. That's fine. Alright, so let's grab the 2.9 kernel. Well, prep support got dropped, so until I have something working to use as a reference, I'd be more inclined getting NetBSD going if we were really going to go down that road. Alright, I actually am going to have to build yet another copy of bin utilities. Yeah, okay, so basically... Yeah, basically this is exactly what I need to do. So let's build yet another tool chain while we try and figure this one out. Is the sysroot in there? No, sysroot's in the root directory, so this will be fine. Alright, so history configure. Cool. And now we just grab that. And paste. Nope. Copy. Paste. There we go. Okay. Alright. So, yeah, I think that's probably related to that kernel warning of how certain compilers will miscompile like that. That doesn't surprise me. Well... It probably should surprise me, but I think I've become a little bit too jaded. So we just need 2.9 like that. Oh. God damn it. This version of GCC is so bloody old, it doesn't actually know what a 64-bit platform is. Okay, let's see if I can cheat. Can I just tell us we're a 32-bit platform? Like... Oh, that might actually work. Although, I could also install 32-bit Dapper, but I don't hate myself that much. And I can turn this off for now. Yeah, GCC 2.95 predates AMD 64 existing, actually. By at least 3 years. That is how old we're doing. That looks like a cursed failure. Oh, do you not support sysroot? Oh, you might not support sysroot. This is such an old version. This may not support sysroot. Damn it. Okay, hold on. What are you actually doing here? Op toolchain. Yeah, look, it's using hard-coded paths. So you probably don't support sysroot. So where are you getting your brain from? Opt include. I think you just I think I basically. Alright, so let's just try this out for measure. Sysroot lib. Sysroot user include. Yep, okay, almost. Well, it's building a lot of things I don't want to build, but at least we're going the right way. History, grep, configure. Oh, I forgot. It's not. Is it with languages? Checking if compiler has been built. Why are you trying to build the Objective-C compiler? I don't need the Objective-C compiler. No recursion, configure site. I mean, you know what? Let's go with GCC free. It's a little less broken than this, and maybe will drive me a little bit less crazy. I hope. Yeah, let me grab GCC3. Pub GCC. Oh, of course, right. Go up a directory. I should be able to grab GCC3 here. In fact, I should have remembered this because I had problems with building GCC2 on AIX. Can I just do apt-get install NCFTP? No, apparently. Do you have FTP? Internet utils? Nope. Alright. So GCC. I'm gonna grab free 3 because 3.0 was the first. I don't want to say working release, but it was the first release after. Do I have dget? I do not have dget. DSC. Grab the original. Actually, I probably just need the original. Like, I don't need the Debian patches. Not for what I'm doing. Alright. There we go. GCC 3.35. Build. This should be new enough that it knows what a 64-bit platform is. I hope. Fingers crossed. Go, baby, go, baby, go. At least I don't have to do this on period correct hardware. At least I can throw 30 years of compiling. Wow, that built fast. That actually built really fast. Okay, cool. Make install. Okay, we have a compiler. Let's see if we can build a kernel with it. Alright, so move.config config mr proper. Why do I feel like this did not actually build a cross compiler? No, you probably did. I'm probably just going a little bit crazy. Alright, so we made that config.config make arch ppc old config. Oh, I didn't want to do that. All right, so config dep image. No rule to make targets include Linux. You know what? Maybe the kernel source got screwed up. It's probably a good idea to just start with a clean tree. Alright, kernel source. Actually, I'll just grab a vanilla kernel 2.2 from kernel.org. Like, let's take out as many variables as we can. So 2.220 we know works, or at least can be built in such a way that it will work. Make arch ppc deps old config dep. Okay, that handles all the dependencies. Oh, hold on. Make. I know what happened. Or is that, did that do what I thought it did? Yeah, no, it's really does not want to compile. I have this distinct feeling I am going to have to build this natively. Cross compile dep. Okay, so we gotta just set some config options. Conflicts with the ASM. What? I have this distinct feel. All right, hold on. term equal x term 2841. Like, that's just broken. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so it does that. It's doing a bunch of inline assembly, but okay, I guess you can't build this kernel with this compiler. Then I'm wondering if an early 2.4 kernel might work, but obviously it was never well tested, which makes me think we are going to actually have to do a 2.9 toolchain. I'm thinking about this. I don't think GCC generated bad code. I suspect there's a problem with packing the final image, which is causing it to fall over. You know, the funny thing is, if I had the other RS6000 out, I would have an actually somewhat easier time with this. I just had an idea. This might be an incredibly cursed and incredibly broken idea, but maybe it will work. Like, is it... If this works, it would be... well, hold on one sec. Chroot, Dapper, sysroot. Alright. Sudo env kernel source. Okay, hold on. Because why don't we just compile it natively then? We do have... Oh, this is too new, but... Close. Can we do deb bootstrap, arch, PowerPC, foreign, potato, archive, and boot debian.org, Debian. I don't think this will work, but it's worth trying. Because all we really need is GCC. And we probably can run this just well enough under system emulation that it'll maybe work. No, I know later kernels will boot on a 604. I actually did run Ubuntu on the RS6000 Model 150, and that's a 604, and that works. So it's not inherently a 604 problem. But it might be something we take a look at. So if we now copy user bin choose PowerPC static. Okay. All right, so now we're in a somewhat working, so dpack. All right, so now we need to go app, so mount t proc none proc archives dpack I deb. Okay, so hopefully this works. Debootstrap, second stage. Like, I didn't think it was gonna work on this version. It's too old. Then, okay. var char apt archives. Do I have ld config? I don't seem to have an ld config. Bin true, bin ld config. It won't work properly. Okay, yep, there we go. Now I should be able to reinstall all the base packages and have a working chroot. Hopefully. see if this works. Okay, it's thinking about it. Yeah, it's making all the device nodes. So this might actually get us a working chroot, which means we could run GCC 2.9 in emulation and sidestep the entire cross-compiling problem. This is both really clever and really stupid at the same time. Like, this is not the right way to do this. Okay, so now, can I run? Yes, I can. Please tell me this was in this version. Packages will be installed. The following packages. Okay, nope. I don't want to accidentally uninstall my base system, base files. Hold on. apt-get install ack. GAC. How do I tell it just to download, not to actually, yeah, here we go. Download, install GAC. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to just download the old-fashioned way. Because, of course I do. Packages Debian. At least it's not having as much problems as the later ones do. So obviously, the older versions were, I don't want to say better supported, but less annoying, I guess is the way I'm going. God. Apparently you need an older version of GAC. Huh. Maybe you need, let's see here. What does base files need? Because apparently this is not completely installable. Base files. You know what? Can I do a dist upgrade? You know what? I'm actually going to do this. Like, you should never do that, but alright, so now can I do install ack? Get update, apt-get upgrade. Fail to lock file for directory? Which file is it not able to lock? Failed to lock file for the... Wow, I can't speak. Info, Unix... Let's see here. This would be in the post install. Like, I don't need a lot. I just, like, this is driving me a little bit crazy. Alright, you know what? Can we just cheat? Yes, apparently we can cheat. Okay. Alright. Yeah, that's fine. And now we just remove file utilities post install. Alright, so that's going to set Perl. Yeah, it's definitely having some issues. There is one other possibility. I really don't want to do that. I don't think we have a choice now. Damn it. There is what, yeah, alright, fine. We're going with the last resort. Well, I shouldn't say last resort, but we can start the installer and we can do an NFS partition. It's just it has so many problems. But let's see what we can do with it. Alright, so if that's what it's going to come down to. Like, I really don't want to I don't want to build this kernel on the system itself. I've got faster PowerPC boxes, but this is really... You know, I just had a... Why didn't I do that earlier? I could do system emulation. Alright, let's boot off the floppy. Oh. Wrong disk. Need the other one. Alright, so now we wait for this to boot up. Because this can do NFS. I just don't have the locking daemon, which is why it has problems. But, you know, alright, so while that goes, let me set up an let's set up an NFS. Yeah, that's not going to work. All right, so exports sudo wrong machine. I actually have to be on. I have to be on the Pi for this because the Pi. Oh, okay. App install NFS kernel server. Going. Come on. Alright, 1225024 read write sync no root squash no subtree check sudo export fsa okay, so that's there. Oh, did this netboot when I didn't want it to, or did I start it off the wrong disk? VGA is already... Alright, I've only got 20 minutes before I really do have to run out the door. Like, I have a little flexibility, but I really do have to shut this one down in time. There's going to be a part 2. I'm not taking this down fighting. Like, we know now the options. I think NetBSD is actually going to be the path of less pain, although I'm not certain about that. I might break out the Power Mac, and we might actually have to do it that way. Alright. Alright, so now it's booting. I will note that the floppy drive in this system is fascinating. It's on a PCI card. I think this is the first time I've met my match. I can't think of another stream. Well, granted, I am time strapped on this one, but this is the first time that I... Are you kidding me? Is it really... Alright, so now booting kernel. Because it wasn't giving that message before. Like, it really wasn't giving that message before. Are you dumping anything out on serial? No. So what? Now you're just booting and hang... Oh, you know what? I probably have bad settings in the NVRAM. That is probably being retained in some place. Hold on. Yeah, I know it's on serial, but I used this disk earlier. Alright, let me reinitialize the... Let me reinitialize the NVRAM. Break. Yeah, so it is not... no, it did lose all its settings, which means that's all correct. Or at least now we have, like, I don't know, defaults? Maybe the floppy got corrupted. Well, now the floppy drive is just, like, blinking a lot. And not doing anything. Yep, no, it's not actually reading the disk anymore. Which means either this disk failed on me, or the floppy drive just failed on me. Chat, I think I met my match in this one. Like, that's really irritating. I could try the other disk, but, I mean... what's the point? Actually, there is one thing I will try. Like, this is just going to give me an idea for the future. Let me just write a NetBSD floppy. Because there was a boot image here. If we go to installation, floppy. Yeah, see, like, these are not tested. Look at the size of these floppy images. You can't write those to a disk. But if we grab an older one... okay. I've got 15 minutes, so let's grab 2.0. Prep. Installation. Floppy. Wow, those don't even fit. No, that will just barely fit onto a floppy disk. So if I throw this floppy into the USB floppy drive on the Pi. All right, so let's write this disk out. Okay, I'll try those two commands as soon as I write this disk out. Because this will at least tell me if NetBSD even has a chance here. I will say that putting a floppy drive on the Pi was probably a stroke of brilliance, because this has been an ongoing problem with trying to get hardware running on this here. Alright, so while that's going, I will restart this. There's SDA, it's an SD card boot because it's a Pi, so there's no SDX devices on this thing. Alright, so while that goes... Yeah, USB floppies are giant hacks, but for this, it's fine. Alright, system debugger. So, config M. I don't know any of this. Alright, so, and then after that, NVD/D. Reset CPU. So that's where it shows local memory at 0800. Actually, that might be important. I think I was missing a 0 earlier. Alright. So how's this going? I have to really remember what the key shortcuts for this KVM are. Because it is possible to switch back and forth. Come on. There we go. Just make sure sync. Yep. Wait for the light to go out. Alright. Well, that tells me something. Either that was not the boot image, or the boot image doesn't work. Let me just look at the 1.6 folder, or earlier. How am I doing on time? I got 10 minutes. 2002. Generic COM 0. Alright, well, let's try this one. Because I do have the serial adapter hooked up, so even if it starts over serial, I can work with that. Like, let's just see if we can boot something. Alright, now we gotta wait 2.5 minutes while this disk writes out. There are two other options we can try. We could try starting AIX over the network. But that has the same problem of me trying to start AIX off a CD-ROM. It just doesn't really want to seem to work. But I think what this is really going to come down to is I'm going to have to install Linux for PowerPC on something else. Why don't I have a Nintendo... Like, I really need a Nintendo Wii right at this moment. Because that would solve this problem. I will also check out Plamin's file system. I still want to figure out how to compile this thing from scratch, because I'm going to need to do an NFS root, so I'm going to have to build that kernel. We will run Linux for PowerPC, so it would be a really quick and dirty way to build this. Like, I have a bunch of Macs, but the only one that works, like, and works well is my G5. And I can't... I'd have to install... It would really suck to put Linux on that. The two RS6000s can theoretically run Linux, but again, same problem. I really don't want to format those machines. Which would leave just the Power Computing Tower, which doesn't have a CD-ROM drive, and an old world Performa, which probably would have a stroke if I tried to run Linux on it. Michael MJD did a Hack Me Linux install recently. Like, I'm not that concerned. Alright. Let's see if this works. No. I'm not convinced that... Alright, either I'm right... Is it possible that I need to use the sysinstall image? I mean, I would think that you wouldn't. Like, is there an installation guide? NetBSD ports prep. Install notes. Like, that doesn't help. So those are all the sets. Prep boot floppies. Let's see here. Installation floppies. Installation. Yeah, so that's like all cut off. I think there was something in here for it. Like installation, floppy. NetBSD doesn't boot on this. Okay, that is good to know. It's probably fixable though. Alright, I think we're going to have to run Q. We're going to have to run Debian. No, you know what we could do? We could run GCC. We could build it from... we could build it from one of the RS6000s. I could get the 150 out. Might be what we end up doing. Alright, folks. I'm going to leave it open for questions for a few minutes. And then I think I'm going to call it. Because at this point... the only thing I want to check... Like, this is irritating. I wonder... Diskless... is it possible to run AIX without... Like, can you netboot AIX? I know you can do... Apparently it is possible. I have no idea if it would work. Well, maybe not. Well, we got it booting earlier in the stream. It just doesn't seem to like that one thing, although I don't know why it started having problems. I just want to figure out why it's doing that. Let's see here. Debian.org. Disks current. Images. Okay, hold on. Prep. Images. Boot. I have enough time to try one more image. I just want to confirm that this starts. I have a couple of ideas on how we're going to handle this. It's just going to require some creative computing. Actually, I have one or two ideas. Yeah, I have actually a pretty decent idea how we could do this. I mean, if I can build, you know what? There is two ways I could do this. If I can just get rpcstat.d, rpc.lock.d, we can do everything over NFS. At which point, once I'm in a full system, I can write I can do the necessary work I need to dump the drives. No, I don't have to be where I am until noon. And where I'm going is only 45 minutes. I'm going to test this, and then we're going to shut it down. I said 10:30. It's 10:27 right now. Huh, is that really only a 724 thingamajig? I guess so. Alright, it's loading. I'll take another stab at this. If not this week, then next week. I need to get this machine working for VCF. Even if I have to pull the drives. Yeah, see, look at that. Now we get this. And it wasn't doing this before. VJSK, and now it's going to hang. I'm going to replace the timekeeper between streams, and I think something got pretty screwed up. Yeah, see, it just hangs. And if we check the serial console, apparently I closed the terminal because go me. Yeah, I'm going to say we've got some problems. Alright, so let's turn it off. I didn't think this was going to be easy, but that's really irritating. Alright, folks, if you enjoyed the stream, please like and subscribe. If you've really enjoyed this stream, the VJ cart, that's my alarm telling me it's time to shut down. Alright, folks, on that note, this has been your host, NCommander. While this was not the success I was hoping it will be, we will take another stab at it. We will succeed. Until next time, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoy, support the channel with Patreon or Coffee. Bye-bye.